The frost has thinned. Not vanished, not quite, but receded, like breath on a window that has decided not to linger. Somewhere behind you, the weight of snow has stopped insisting on your shoulders. Somewhere behind you, the hush of the mountains has folded itself back into the sky. And now, the land stretches, not open, not yet, but wider, gentler, like a chest releasing a long-held breath. Your horse moves slowly. The sound of hooves is muffled against the damp earth, not dry enough to crack, not soft enough to welcome. Just that in-between texture, like paper that's been folded and unfolded too many times. There's dew on the grass, though it doesn't sparkle. It simply exists, a soft sheen over things that haven't woken properly. Even the sun, climbing carefully over the hills, seems hesitant, as if it's still thinking it over. Behind you, the camp stirs, not with urgency, but with the slow rhythm of people who've learned not to expect too much from a day. Canvas flaps twitch in the breeze. Tin pots clink in hands too tired to clatter. Voices murmur in half-formed thoughts, not yet real enough to count as conversation. The morning isn't loud. It's thick, like something poured, not placed. You dismount slowly, not from stiffness, but from reverence. The land here feels like it's been holding something sacred, or maybe just something long buried. You feel it in your boots, not vibration, not warning, just a hum, a suggestion, like something listening under the soil. Your fingers brush the horse's mane, not to groom, just to be sure you're both still here. The animal shifts its weight, exhales, and the warm puff of breath curls upward like a small ghost. The saddle creaks. The leather always does. Everything has its own voice here if you listen quietly enough. There's coffee somewhere. You can smell it. Not rich, not sharp, but burnt, overboiled, the kind that tastes like memory and soot. You walk toward it, not out of need, but because ritual matters more than comfort. The fire hasn't been fed yet. Its embers are low, glowing in the way old coals do, like they know their role and resent it slightly. You crouch beside it, not for heat, for stillness. Someone coughs nearby. A tent flap opens. There's a shuffle, a muttered curse. Somewhere across the camp, someone tunes a guitar. The notes are off, not in pitch, but in intention, played without joy or purpose, like brushing dust off a shelf with music. You don't speak. No one does, really. Not yet. The silence here is earned, and everyone knows better than to spend it carelessly. You sip the coffee. It's bitter. It scalds slightly. You drink anyway. Horses shift in their posts. Ropes stretch, saddles groan. Tools clink against toolboxes. The day is beginning, whether anyone is ready or not. But there's no rush. Not here. The world spins more slowly at Horseshoe Overlook. Or maybe it just leans, slightly, as if resting its weight before the next climb. You walk the camp's edge, past tents patched with stories, past laundry hung like surrender flags, past a boy practicing with a stick like it might one day matter. The breeze picks up just enough to carry dust, not to move it, just to remind you that it exists. There are chores. There are maps to study, weapons to clean, letters to write and not send. But none of it calls to you. Not now. Not yet. Your boots find the ridge instead, the one overlooking the valley, the horseshoe curve from which this place takes its name. Below, the land unfolds in muted colors, greens dulled by mist, browns worn down to memory, trees that still hold their leaves like secrets. You stand there quietly. The wind pulls gently at your coat, not tugging, not urging, just a reminder that it's there, that you are too. A bird cries out, not a song, more like a question. No one answers. You wouldn't know how. You think about the mountains, about the cold that clung too tightly, about the people who didn't leave them. Their names sit just behind your breath, like teeth you don't touch anymore. And then you think of Dutch. His voice carries even when it doesn't. The cadence, the certainty, the way it folds around doubt and forces it to behave. You hear him somewhere below, talking to someone, telling them how this is just the beginning, how the worst is behind, how the land is ours if we can just hold on a little longer. You don't disagree, but you don't believe it either. Not in the way you used to. The sun is higher now. The dew has gone. The dirt is dry enough to crack if you press your heel just right. Somewhere behind you, someone laughs. A real laugh. Short. Surprised. Like a hiccup of joy that escaped before it could be swallowed. You turn toward it. And for a moment, just a moment, the world feels possible. You return to camp slowly. The way one returns to a fire that's been left alone too long. Not sure what you'll find. Not sure what you'll bring. But knowing you'll sit beside it anyway. The tents are fuller now. The faces clearer. Charles nods as you pass. Javier hums again, this time in tune. Pearson's voice drifts from the wagon like smoke, thick with complaint and familiarity. Abigail wipes her hands on her apron, glances your way, then glances back. It's not warmth exactly, but it's not cold either. You take your place near the wagon. The sun is in your eyes now, but you don't move. You let it stay. Let it burn a little. Let it remind you that you're still here. The day has started, and so have you. And just before the wind rises again, just before the chores truly begin, you catch the faint scent of pine and dust and something older than both. It drifts, soft and stubborn, across the overlook, and lingers. The steam still lingers from last night's pot, though the fire has long since gone from flame to ember. Ash clings to the rim of the blackened kettle, and somewhere in the haze between morning and memory, you lift the tin cup to your lips. The warmth isn't sharp. It's quiet, like the way an old friend nods instead of speaking, bitter on the tongue but familiar. Familiar enough to make you forget, just for a moment, the weight in your lungs. Outside the tent, the world hums without urgency. Leaves quiver in slow conversation with the wind, and the trees, tall and aching with the wear of seasons, cast long shadows that shift like thoughts you're trying not to finish. There's birdsong, yes, but it doesn't sing for you. It sings because it must, because the morning demands a voice, even if it's trembling, even if it's tired. The canvas breathes above you. The flap rustles when the wind touches it, and for a second, you imagine it's the same hand that used to fix your collar before a ride. The same voice that used to say, "Don't forget your scarf," like that was the worst thing you could ever forget. The tent smells like oil and old wool, like saddle soap and days that had plans. You sit there a while, hands wrapped around your cup like it's something holy. And maybe it is. Voices carry across camp, low and wide, like the land around you. Bill's muttering about the horses again. Pearson's clattering through tins like he's wrestling ghosts. And Dutch. Dutch is somewhere nearby, always just close enough to feel like prophecy, never close enough to be held accountable. He speaks in arches and golden light. He's planning again. There's always a plan. But your coffee is warm, and that's enough for now. The edge of your bedroll curls slightly, one corner damp from morning dew. You trace it absently with your boot, not yet ready to rise, but not quite resting either. A horse snorts. A breeze carries the scent of pine and something meatier from the cooking fire. The sky above is the softest shade of not quite blue, the kind of color that only exists for a breath before it brightens, and it all feels still. You think about sketching. You think about pulling out the small, worn notebook from your saddlebag, the one with pages folded and smudged with dirt, the one that smells faintly of tobacco and riverstone. You think about drawing the lines of this place, not the people, not the camp, but the shape of the air, the taste of the silence, the space between each tree that makes you feel like the world might still have room for you. But you don't. Not yet. You just hold the thought in your chest like a coal you're not ready to breathe life into. Someone laughs. You don't recognize who, but the sound bends the morning in a kinder direction. You sip. You listen. A crow calls out, hoarse and hollow. A breeze rolls in from the west and shifts the smoke from the fire just enough to sting your eyes. You blink. You let it pass. The canvas behind you creaks as someone walks by, and their boots thud like punctuation. Every sound is a sentence out here. Every silence, a chapter. You finally step outside, cup still in hand. The dirt beneath your feet is cool and forgiving. The grass bows gently where you walk. Not from submission, but from understanding. You head toward the edge of camp, the spot where the hill drops into the valley, where the trees break just enough to show you the sweep of the land below. Ridges stacked like folded quilts, forests stitched into the hem of distant mountains, rivers glinting like threads pulled tight across the earth. And you stand there. Just stand. No duty yet, no mask. Just coffee in your hand, cool against your palm now, and the view unfolding in quiet waves in front of you. A world that hasn't made up its mind about you. A world that might still forgive. Behind you, someone's tuning a fiddle, off-key, lovely in its imperfection. The kind of music that doesn't demand attention, only company. You think about turning around, saying something, offering a nod or a smile. But you stay rooted where you are, because this moment on the overlook, this inhale of pine and sky, and maybe this is what morning is supposed to feel like. A hawk circles far overhead. Its shadow glides across your boots and disappears before you can acknowledge it. You remember hunting once, not for food, but for silence, following the trail of a deer just to feel like something made sense. You let it go back then. You wonder if it remembers you. There's a brush of paper against canvas behind you. Someone's painting again. Might be Hosea. Might be someone else. But the sound, the drag of a bristle across stretched cloth, it's gentle. It's real. It makes you feel like this morning might matter. You lower your cup. The dregs have gone cold, gritty at the bottom. But it's not unpleasant. It's grounding, like dirt beneath fingernails, like the weight of your coat on a windy day. You turn to look back toward camp, and everything is bathed in that soft light that only lasts until someone ruins it with purpose. Javier's whistling now. It's a tune with no real direction, just notes in the air, searching for something. You know that feeling. The fire pops. A horse stamps. Dutch's voice rises again, preaching dreams to anyone who will listen. But your body remains where it is, balanced on the cusp of morning and memory, the edge of the overlook, and the edge of the version of yourself you're still not sure you believe in. Somewhere, far off, a train whistles. Not loud, not urgent, just a sound in the distance, a reminder that the world spins on whether you move or not. You take a final breath, slow and steady, the kind that doesn't ask for anything in return. And as the light shifts, just slightly, and the sky begins to lose its tenderness, you let the morning pass through you, like coffee steam in the cold, like the brush of canvas in a quiet breeze, like a promise that maybe, just maybe, there's still time. And all that remains is the faint sound of paint meeting cloth, and the fading taste of bitter warmth on your tongue. The road to Valentine does not announce itself. It simply begins to change, subtly, gradually. Grass gives way to gravel, gravel to ruts worn by hooves and wheels. A wooden sign leans just enough to look tired. You pass it like you would a half-remembered name in a dream, acknowledging it, but not speaking it aloud. The horse beneath you shifts its weight as the trail turns from open plain into something more directed, more contained. Fences appear, then vanish. then appear again, like thoughts you've tried to leave behind but haven't. The air carries a different scent now, less wildflower, more iron and manure, cut with tobacco smoke and the ghost of wet wood. And then you hear it. The town doesn't roar, it murmurs. Boots on boardwalk, hammer against nail, a cough behind a shutter, a dog's bark rising, short and sharp, then disappearing like a spark in the dark. You don't dismount at first. You simply sit there, letting the shape of Valentine settle over you like dust, one fine layer at a time. The town opens its arms the way an old coat does, unwashed, well-worn, oddly comforting. The buildings are slouched, as if they've been standing too long and would rather not, given the choice. Every wall leans slightly away from responsibility. Shingles curl like dead leaves, paint peels in strips, and yet there is life here. Familiar, enduring, indifferent to polish. You lead your horse toward the hitching post in front of the general store. The wooden beams creak beneath the wind, but hold. They always do. You tie the reins with fingers that still remember the rhythm of frost. A boy runs past, chasing nothing. A woman stands on a stoop, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded from watching too much. A laugh echoes from the saloon, too loud for the size of the room. You step up onto the boardwalk. The planks shift slightly underfoot. Not dangerously, just enough to remind you that everything here is balanced on effort and time. Your boots leave prints in the dust that settled thick across the wood, a dust no broom could truly conquer. It lives here, as much a part of the town as the nailheads and squeaking doors. Inside the general store, it smells of everything and nothing. Leather and flour, gun oil and sugar, old paper and expectation. The shopkeep gives you a nod, nothing more. You nod back. It is enough. You touch a can of peaches and don't buy it. You look at a pair of gloves and don't ask the price. The world feels heavier in here, like all the things people didn't say have gathered on the shelves. Back outside, the sun has shifted, just enough to turn shadows into statements. You cross the street. A wagon rolls by, slow and sure, its wooden wheels singing a tired lullaby against the packed dirt. A chicken darts out of the way. It makes no sound. The saloon doors swing gently in the breeze, opening and closing like they're breathing. Inside, it's dim and golden and stained with memory. The air is thicker. Sweat and whiskey and old piano keys. Men laugh too loud. Cards slap against the table with more intent than skill. A woman hums near the back, voice flat and perfect in its imperfection. You don't sit. You lean. Elbows on the bar, eyes on the mirror that reflects too much and too little at the same time. You sip something amber and forgettable. It burns only slightly, just enough to remind you that you still feel. You listen to the man next to you talk about cattle like they were myths. You nod. He doesn't notice. He just keeps talking, filling the silence with livestock and losses and something about a fence that never held. Time slides sideways in places like this. A minute feels like an hour, and an hour passes without announcement. When you step outside again, the light has gone soft. Not dim, but gentled. Like the sky has put a blanket over its own shoulders. You squint not from brightness, but from the way the evening settles into your bones like an old song. The wind carries dust up from the street, and for a moment it dances. Just a swirl, a whisper of motion that curls around your boots and lifts your coat ever so slightly. You don't move. You just breathe. And in that breath, you remember other towns, other boardwalks, other bottles and barns and bruises. None clearer than this one, all exactly the same. You pass the stable on your way back. A lantern swings gently from a nail by the door. Inside, the horses snort and shuffle in their sleep. The smell is warm, hay, sweat, and something like forgiveness. You pause just long enough to lay a hand on the flank of the one that brought you here. Its side rises and falls, unbothered. There's trust in that. Beyond the town, the land stretches out again. untamed. But for now you remain. There's no need to go yet, not tonight. Valentine is not a place you love, not even one you hate. It is a place you carry with you afterward, without meaning to, like dust in the seams of your coat, like music you can't quite forget, even if you never knew the words. As you walk back toward the edge of town, past the church with its crooked steeple and the lamplighter making his slow way down the row, you feel the day settle into your bones. Not heavily, just honestly. You don't rush. You don't need to. And when you look up, the sky is the color of old denim, worn thin at the edges. A single star peeks through, hesitant. Somewhere, a dog barks once, then is quiet. The wind shifts, and with it comes the smell of distant wood smoke, the promise of night, and the memory of something softer than this world will ever offer. You pull your coat tighter, though the cold hasn't come yet. It will, but not now. Not yet. And the dust settles quietly, the way it always does. The road that led you into town is already behind you, though the dust it kicked still clings to your boots like memory. Everything moves slowly now, not because the world is slow, but because your thoughts are. They trail behind you like a coat caught in the wind. There was a conversation earlier, not loud, not rushed, something about a favor. Something about needing to be seen doing something ordinary. You said yes before your brain caught up, and now your horse is tied out front, and the air smells like old fruit, gun oil, and the kind of heat that warps time. You step off the wooden walkway and into the general store. It doesn't feel like entering a room so much as entering a pause in someone else's rhythm. The bell above the door doesn't ring so much as sigh. Shelves lined with tins and cloth and dust blur at the edges as your eyes adjust to the dim. Somewhere in the back, someone is muttering about sugar. Somewhere in the corner, a child with a scabbed knee runs their fingers along a row of cracked candy jars. You're here for a sack of flour, maybe a spool of thread. But mostly you're here because someone asked you to be, because errands look like a kind of belonging when you don't have another kind to wear. The storekeeper's smile is practiced and shallow, like a stone skipping across a lake and never quite sinking. He doesn't ask questions. You don't offer explanations. Money changes hands with the quiet clink of a life lived transaction by transaction. You feel the weight of the sack in your arms, soft and heavy, like a sleeping animal. The kind of weight you don't mind carrying because it feels like it means something. Outside, the sun is blinding. It pins shadows to the ground like specimens, long and stark and unblinking. A dog dozes beneath the steps, its ears twitching at flies. Down the street, someone yells, but the sound doesn't reach you whole, just the broken edges of it, frayed by heat and distance. You begin walking, the sack pressed against your chest, and every step feels like you're agreeing to something you didn't quite hear. The road back to camp isn't long, but it curves in ways that make time stretch and fold. Trees lean in with conspiratorial rustlings. Somewhere in the grass, a cicada hammers out a rhythm that feels like it belongs to another life. Your boots leave prints in the dust that don't last. Nothing here lasts. Not the heat, not the rain, not the moment you almost felt at ease just now, watching the sun dance on a tin roof while a stranger handed you a bag and called you by name. You reach the edge of a clearing where wildflowers grow in a kind of quiet rebellion. Blue, yellow, stubborn. You pause there, not because you're tired, but because the wind has changed. There's the faint scent of something burnt. Maybe meat. Maybe coffee left too long on the fire. Or maybe just the smell of a place where people try and fail and try again. When you reach camp, no one says anything. You hand off the flour. Someone nods. Someone else chuckles at a joke you didn't hear. You sit down beside the fire. The kind that isn't for warmth, just for watching. The coffee tastes like old wishes and bitter mornings. Someone passes you a tin cup and doesn't ask for it back. You stare into the fire like it might offer answers, or apologies, or maybe just a reason. You think about the smile the storekeeper wore, and the way your own mouth stretched into something that felt like muscle memory more than joy. You think about the sack of flour and how heavy it was, and how easy it was to carry compared to everything else. You think about how errands make you feel human, and how that might be the biggest lie of all. Someone plays a few notes on a harmonica, not a tune, not really, just sound, just something to fill the silence that grows too heavy if left alone. You close your eyes. Behind your lids, the world doesn't stop. It just softens. A mosquito hums past your ear. A log shifts in the fire. The night begins to press inward, and somewhere in that hush, beneath the flicker of light and the weight of dust still clinging to your shirt, the doubt returns, not loud, not sharp, just there, settling in beside you like it's been waiting all along. You step from the soft edge of yesterday into the pale half-light of early dawn, the barn standing mute before you. The night's chill still clings to the wood, the doors cracked, breath of night trapped in the corners. There is a quiet that feels too vast for one body to hold, a hush that waits for memory to flicker, heat and motion, and then the silence. The air smells faintly of hay, sweat, and something sharper, blood, but not freshly poured, more like a question folded into dust and stillness. You walk forward, not with purpose, but with the weight of everything that happened pressing into your bones. Inside the barn, the light drips in through splintered boards, stripes of amber and gray across rough floorboards. They cross your path like warnings you feel, but do not read. The walls are lined with peeling paint and the curl of spent ropes. Charred tools lean in silence. Somewhere overhead, a single injured sparrow calls, not enough to break the illusion of emptiness, but enough to remind you that something still stirs. You breathe slow, allowing the stillness to fill the hollow inside you, to sink into the quiet ache. The barn floor sags in places where weight once settled, and your boots stir faint motes of dust as you step, each footfall measured and hesitant. You see the stains, old and scabbed, like scars. They thread into the wood grain and the soft, dim shape of a blood-spattered coat draped over a beam. You do not touch it, yet it seems to whisper your name, beckoning memory. It was here that things broke, fast, unexpected, and with edges too sharp for forgiveness. A shout, the clang of metal, the stutter of gunfire rebounding in that close space. You were part of it, but also outside it, eyes wide, hands frozen, heart galloping in slow motion. You move deeper, inhaling the scent of iron and splintered wood and old regrets. The smell enters your chest like smoke. A crate lies overturned, its contents spilled. Tools, a fractured lantern, a tangle of rope. Each object drifts in half-remembered memory. You pause beside the crate, lightly tracing a rusted nail with your finger, feeling its cold bite even without contact. You remember the moment something snapped, not external, but internal. The realization that what held you steady could no longer bear your weight. A beam overhead shifts, groaning in the hush. You look up, ears alert to the gentle threat of collapse. Shards of light drift downward, moving with the breath of the barn. Tiny motes dance in golden shafts, swirling like memories you can almost touch. You realize that everything here rests on the threshold of ruin and quiet, in between the echo of what was done and the echo of what can no longer be undone. The air behind you warms faintly, and you sense presence without turning. It's not anger, not fear, just attention. A partner stood here once, shoulder brushing yours, breath sudden in the dark, but not now. That presence has slipped into the past. Still, you do not feel entirely alone. There is an ache in solitude that feels full, the memory of voices hushed, of tethers cut. You gather that ache in your chest, press it flat, cradle it like fire, and let it settle behind your ribs. You move toward the shadows at the far end of the barn and see a tattered horse blanket, half hidden beneath old feed sacks. A rustling sound acts like a pulse, living or remembered. You crouch, gentle, reverent, pulling back the stun of stillness to feel presence. Beneath it, you find a single bullet casing, a reminder of the last shot fired in this space, the downward arc of steel, the tremor it sent through your limbs. You cup it, warm in your palm, polished but jagged. You don't turn it over. You don't want to know the direction it faced, just to know it was here. A door in the corner creaks. You listen as the sound folds into the room like breath. There is a dormant rope coiled near it, dusty and stained, still faithful to the beam above. It reminds you of knots undone, of men who fell, of hands that trembled and tightened till they cracked. You clasp your hand to your side, as though you're keeping something fragile in place. Up the stairs at home, you were safe. But here, safety lies in the stillness, the refusal of motion. Your breath slows. The dust motes throb in the still beams. You exhale, and the echoes seem to wiggle, to shift. The barn doesn't judge. The barn doesn't heal. It just stands. It just exists, just like you do. The air around you trembles with weight. Each inhalation presses you into the floor. Each exhale lifts you slightly above the hurt. Memories pool. You feel the press of leather, the weak slickness of blood in your mouth, regret winding thin around every thought. No one talks about being undone. Not really. But you know the chill taste of loss. You taste it here. A sliver of light rises through a crack in the wall, thin and flickering. It drips across your vision like liquid gold. You close your eyes and let it settle behind your lids. You feel the pulse of the barn's breath. You feel how the boards shift beneath old scars. You feel the heat pressing, faint, from outside. And you feel the longing for something that's unnameable. You stand. Your body is heavier than when you entered. The barn has given something back. Not healing, but clarity. Not peace, but stillness. And that holds you steady somehow. Turning, you step back the way you came, tracing the fading stains, the shapes of shadows, the ghosts of sound. Not fear, not sorrow, just memory softened, dimmed. You open the big doors. Light spills in golden, thick and warm. The world outside is motion and sound, but you are separate now, quiet, distant, drifting. As you step onto the threshold, the barn sighs, wood settling or memory sighing. You can't tell. You pause, breath in, breath out, letting the smell of straw and half-remembered blood fade behind you. You close the doors slowly. The darkness swallows everything. Only your heartbeat echoes. Ahead lies empty dirt and mourning, and memory you've carried beyond it. You sweep your hand through the dust motes in the air, watching them catch the light one last time before dispersing. And then you walk away, footprints trailing behind you in dust and silence, as the barn fades into quiet. And you follow the whisper of roads you must keep walking, breathing, drifting toward rooms that hold other stories, other nights. And somewhere beyond the next bend, the sunrise flickers, soft, new, uncertain, but alive. You leave the barn behind, not in retreat, but in release. The breath in your chest finally quiet enough to feel how long you've been holding it. The cold on your collarbone lifts a little. The morning sun spills like cooled tea over the hilltops, thin and yellow, pooling only in the low places. You don't ride, not yet. Your horse watches from the fence line, unmoving, calm as if it too understands this part must be walked. The soil beneath your boots is still damp from last night's rain, and it sticks in clumps that slow you down. But you don't mind. Slowness is a kindness now. Something unspoken wants you to linger. to let the weight of everything settle where it wants to. The river is not far. You can already hear it, faint and irregular, like a conversation carried from a room away, not roaring, not rushing, just speaking in broken murmurs, the kind of sound that draws you down toward it without urgency. The trees thin as you approach, the path narrowing between root and stone, and the air begins to shift. Cooler, cleaner, with a trace of moss and the old sweetness of wet bark. You let your fingers trail against a trunk as you pass, the texture rough and familiar, like a calloused palm you once trusted. The wind pulls lightly at your coat, not to hurry you, but to remind you that the world is still moving, even if your heart has not caught up. The first glimpse of the river isn't through sight, but sound. Closer now, more distinct, a liquid hush folding over itself again and again. Then comes the glint, a flicker through the leaves, silver flashing between green and gold. And then, finally, it opens before you, a stretch of water broad and indifferent, winding through the land like a thought that never needed to be spoken. You stand at the edge and breathe, and for a long moment, that's all you do. Just breathe. Just listen. Just let the silence behind you dissolve into the whisper ahead. You settle by a low bend, where the current curves against a hollow of earth, where the bank is worn smooth from years of boots and bare feet and quiet visits. You don't sit right away. You let your shadow reach the water first. You watch how it bends, how the current doesn't care, how it takes the dark and stretches it into something soft and formless. Then you lower yourself to the ground, knees creaking, elbows on thighs, hands folded like you're waiting for something. You aren't, not really. But your body remembers the posture of waiting, of hoping, of watching a world that never quite stopped moving, even when you did. Across the river, birds shift in a cluster of reeds, their calls clipped and uncertain. One flutters upward, then changes its mind and disappears into the brush. The ripples from its movement reach you eventually, small waves that touch the edge of your boot and vanish without a mark. The water here is shallow, but it holds depth in other ways. Its silence, its motion, its refusal to be anything other than what it is. A carrier, a witness, a mirror that never stays still long enough to reflect clearly. You draw your fingers through the silt, feeling the grain of time tucked into the soil. Sand, pebbles, broken sticks, all of it worn down by passage. You find a stone, smooth and dark, like something meant to be kept in a pocket. You don't know why, but you close your hand around it. It's still wet, cold in your palm. You let it sit there, heavy but not burdensome, as if holding something for someone who forgot to come back for it. The trees bend slightly with the wind, leaves clicking together like quiet bones. Somewhere upriver, you hear a fish break the surface, a single splash with no follow-up. You don't look. Some things are better felt than seen. Instead, your gaze drifts to the far bank, to the way the grass curls at the edge, to the small trail someone else carved weeks or months or years ago. There's no one there now, but the mark remains, faint but persistent, like memory pressed into soft flesh. You think of the times you crossed rivers without looking down, when the urgency of survival made the water nothing more than a line to be erased. You think of cold feet in saddles, of guns held high, of voices tight with caution. But today, the river is not a barrier. It is not a threat. It is a page you are allowed to read slowly, without skipping. You scan its surface like reading handwriting left behind by someone who didn't think you'd find it. It isn't a letter. It's more like a sigh. There's something soothing in the way the current pulls, the way it keeps no secrets and tells them all at once. You wonder how many stories it's carried downstream, how many names have been whispered into its flow, how many moments it's washed away without ceremony. It feels honest, somehow, to sit here and say nothing, to let your presence be absorbed rather than announced. The river doesn't need your noise. It only needs your stillness. Your legs stretch out before you, the stiffness setting in like a familiar ache. The ground beneath you is soft enough to mold to your shape, and you let your body grow heavier with every minute. You lean back against a log, damp but not unpleasant, and let your shoulders rest. The wind lifts the ends of your hair. A dragonfly hovers near your boot, then darts away. Somewhere deeper in the woods, a branch breaks under weight. Animal or tree or time itself, it's impossible to tell. You close your eyes, not to sleep, but to listen better. The river speaks more clearly this way. You hear the small eddies as they twist around rocks, the muted slosh of movement beneath the surface, the faint hiss of sediment tumbling downstream. You imagine the water brushing past roots, past old bones, past rusted coins, and broken things no one claimed. It makes you feel both insignificant and essential, like a single note in a song that has no beginning. Your breath matches the rhythm after a while. In with the current, out with the drift, in with the chill, out with the letting go. You think about the people who've walked beside this same river, the hands that skipped stones, the eyes that watched reflections distort. You wonder what they felt, what they lost, what they carried away with them. Maybe the river remembers. Maybe it keeps their stories in its motion, not as facts, but as sensations. A stick floats past. You follow it lazily with your gaze, letting it pull your mind with it, around the bend, past the trees, toward the part of the river you've never seen. You think maybe you could walk beside it forever, never asking where it ends, just letting it teach you how to move gently, how to release. The sun tilts higher, but it doesn't burn. It just warms in patches, like someone placing a hand on your shoulder and then taking it away again. Your coat shifts with the breeze, the lining brushing softly against your wrist. You feel the weight of the stone still in your hand. You forgot you were holding it. You raise your arm and toss it toward the river. Not far, not hard, just enough. It lands with a small splash, more a kiss than a wound, and disappears beneath the surface without resistance. The ripples spread, reach you, then vanish. You don't need to stand yet. There's no place that demands your arrival. The world will wait. The camp will wait. Even time, if asked gently enough, will pause beside the river and watch with you. You let your head tip back. The sky blurs through half-closed eyes. A cloud drifts like a thought. And somewhere far away, a train cries, lonely and low, but it does not call your name. Eventually, you rise, slowly, brushing the moss from your coat, the ache in your knees, a reminder that time moved, even while you sat still. The river doesn't ask you to go, but it doesn't ask you to stay either. It simply continues, faithful, patient, unburdened. You take one last look at the bend, at the way the light catches just right along the edge, and you feel something ease inside you. Not healed, not fixed, but softened, smoothed, the way water smooths stone. You step away from the bank, back through the brush, past the trees that now feel quieter, older, and behind you, the river carries secrets you no longer need to hold alone. And far downstream, the splash of a single stone echoes for no one but the current. The river's murmur is still in your ears, soft as an old song you never meant to remember. It stays with you as you ride, not loud, just persistent. The trees blur past like spectators who've already heard this part of the story before. Their leaves whisper nothing new. You don't rush. You never do, not when it comes to this. Something inside you already knows. The letter is waiting. You find it tucked beneath a rock, dry despite the mist that draped the morning. Mary's handwriting is the kind that trembles slightly, even on good days. You recognize the shape of it before your eyes can read it. The paper is creased, like it's been held too long by someone who didn't know how to let go. You unfold it anyway. There's no wind, but it feels like the world holds its breath as you read. The words are gentle, but they cut. Not deep, not cruel, just enough to let the air in. She writes about her brother, about her father, about the past as though it were still a room she keeps dusting even after everyone has left. There's kindness in her words, but not comfort. You know the difference now. Her name tastes like something you once tried to hold in your mouth for too long. Sweet, then bitter, and then nothing. You don't read the letter all at once. You fold it halfway, then unfold it again. Like stopping a memory mid-thought, unsure if you're ready to finish it. She wants help, but that's not what hurts. What hurts is that she believes you might still be good enough to give it. You don't ride to her. You drift. Through roads that remember your boots. Through hills that curve the same way her smile used to. The sky above is soft with clouds that can't decide whether to cry. The whole world seems caught in that same hesitation. Her voice used to sound like a porch swing in the evening. A little squeak, a little breeze. Now it's only a sentence on paper. Arthur, she writes, and nothing after it for 3 lines, like your name alone needed time to echo before the next word could arrive. By the time you reach the station, your hands are sore from holding the reins too tight. Or maybe it's from holding the past in your chest too long. She's waiting, of course. She always waits, even when she doesn't want to. Her eyes meet yours like a candle meeting a draft, flickering, but still lit. She smiles, but not with her mouth. Only her eyebrows soften. The rest stays guarded, like a house where someone once knocked too hard. You say her name, and it feels wrong in the open air, like something that should have stayed folded in the letter. She says yours, and you almost feel like a person again. Just for a second. Just long enough to remember how to stand still without flinching. She talks. You listen. It's not easy, and it's not meant to be. She tells you about Jamie, about how lost he's become, about how he's found something, some group, some idea that's made him more hollow than whole. You nod, but not because you understand. You nod because there's nothing else to do. You agree to help, not because it's noble, not because it's right, but because she asked, and because there's a part of you that still wants to be the man she thinks you might be, even if only for an afternoon. The road to Jamie isn't marked. It never is. It winds through fields that feel like they're trying to remember how to be alive. The flowers here bloom with guilt. The grass bends like someone carrying too much grief. You ride through it like you're part of the weather, a slow, steady shadow that doesn't ask permission. You find the boy standing among men who wear calm like a costume. Their words are soft, but their eyes are not. They preach peace with mouths that smell like control. Jamie's face is young, but tired. He's listening too hard, the way people do when they're trying not to feel. You call his name, and the world holds still. He runs, and of course he does. You follow, not because you want to catch him, but because running is the only language either of you still speak. The horses thunder, the trail curves, the sky opens. He shouts at you, you shout back. But none of it matters. Words don't change anything once the blood is up. Eventually, he stops. You both do. Breathless, wordless, suspended. He looks at you like someone trying to see their own reflection in broken glass. And you look at him like someone trying not to see themselves at all. He puts the gun to his head, and you don't flinch. Not because you're brave, but because you're tired, and because a part of you understands. You talk him down. Not with wisdom, not with force, just with the truth. That he's not ready to die. That this isn't the end of him. That maybe, just maybe, there's still some road ahead that isn't covered in regret. He drops the gun. The air doesn't cheer. The trees don't applaud. But you hear something loosen, like a knot in your chest that finally gave up holding. You ride him back to her. The path feels different now. Not lighter, just less sharp. Mary's face crumples when she sees him, not with sadness, not even relief, just with something too old for names. You step back, like a ghost who's done his part. She looks at you, but not with thanks, with something closer to goodbye. You don't ask her to stay. She doesn't offer. The letter is folded again, tucked somewhere deep. The paper soft with handling, the ink smudged just enough to feel human. Later you sit by the fire, alone. The letter is in your coat, heavy and warm. You don't read it again. You just feel its presence, like a hand that used to hold yours, like a door you didn't close all the way. Above you, the stars blink, like someone reconsidering their decisions. The night stretches long, and somewhere in the dark between thoughts, her name stirs, not sharp, not sad. Just there. You let it stay, and the flame flickers, and the letter doesn't burn. Not yet. The letter folds itself in your pocket like a weight that wasn't there before. You don't remember walking back to camp. Only the rhythm of hooves beneath you. The world felt quiet then. Too quiet, like it was waiting to judge you. But now the sun is somewhere behind a curtain of cloud, and the mist lies low across the hollow like regret draped in silver. You sit at the edge of camp with a tin cup cooling in your hand. The fire burned out before the sky brightened. No one stirs yet, not really. Just the shifting of bedrolls, the creak of canvas, the occasional cough swallowed by the fog. The world hasn't decided what kind of day it wants to be, and you don't quite feel like a person in it yet. The coffee tastes like scorched bark. You drink it anyway. The bitterness seems deserved. The gang is preparing to move, though no one says it outright. It's in the way Dutch glances at the horizon, like he's waiting for it to open up and reveal another plan. It's in the way Hosea clears his throat before he speaks, like every sentence costs him something. It's in the way Sadie sharpens her knife with a little more pressure than usual, each stroke like a sigh held too long. You saddle your horse slowly, more ritual than necessity. The leather is damp from dew. Your fingers feel clumsy, cold. The mist clings to the ground like it belongs there, curling around boots, swallowing hoof prints before they finish forming. You mount, but you don't move yet. The others start off in staggered silence, a procession of ghosts through gray. You finally nudge your horse forward, and the fog welcomes you like a memory you'd tried to forget. Trees rise and vanish, shapes dissolve, sounds mute themselves into nothing. Only the rhythmic creak of the saddle and the occasional wet rustle of leaves under hooves keeps you tethered to the present. You try not to think about the letter, but it hums at the edge of your thoughts like an unfinished song. The ride is quiet, not peaceful, just quiet. Your breath fogs in front of you and disappears like it has somewhere better to be. Birds call from somewhere you can't see. A creek babbles to itself beneath a thin bridge, its water the color of smoke. You cross it slowly, watching the way the mist swirls in your horse's wake. You wonder what stories the river carries downstream. Blood, maybe. Ash. The sound of a promise broken too gently to notice at first. Someone coughs behind you. Javier, maybe. Or Charles. Or yourself. It's hard to tell in this place where the world feels so muffled, like someone wrapped the day in wool. Dutch calls a halt near a stand of pines. You dismount and tie off the reins, but your eyes stay on the fog. It's thinning now, lifting in strands like steam off an open wound. The others murmur. Plans are exchanged. A path is discussed. There's a town nearby, a fence, a contact, a loose end to tie or cut. You nod when you're expected to. Your voice doesn't come easy today. They don't notice, or they pretend not to. You drift behind the group as they move out, your footsteps heavy with a quiet you haven't earned. There's something in your chest that doesn't sit right. Not quite pain, not quite fear. Just a slow turning, like a wheel with a broken spoke. You think about Mary, her handwriting, The curve of her words, how even her disappointment felt graceful. You carry her letter like a wound you opened yourself. The trees thin, and a clearing opens like a yawn. Sunlight breaks through in weak strands, catching on dew-slick branches. There's a barn in the distance, old, slumped, half-eaten by time. Dutch gestures toward it. You move in groups, spreading like mist, cautious but practiced. The barn holds its breath as you approach. Inside, the air smells of hay gone to rot, of old manure, of rusted tools and rain that never quite dried. The floor creaks. Birds scatter from the rafters. You step carefully, boots leaving prints in the straw-soft dust. Someone finds a crate. Another pries open a door. You run your hand along a beam and feel splinters like forgotten memories waiting to draw blood. The job is simple. It always is. Until it isn't. A shout. A crash. A face that doesn't belong. You react before you think. Or maybe your body thinks without you. There's a struggle. A noise like thunder trapped in a closet. Someone hits the ground. There's blood on your coat. More on the floor. You stare at it like it came from a story you barely remember reading. The barn smells sharper now. Iron and breath and the heat of something leaving. It ends quickly. Most things do. Dutch says words that sound like victory. Bill laughs a little too loud. Charles is already cleaning his knife. You don't move. Not at first. You just stand there, watching the way the blood settles into the grooves of the floorboards, finding the cracks, soaking the wood like it belongs, like it's been there before and knows the way. You wipe your hands on a rag that used to be white. The stain doesn't come off your skin. Not really. You leave the barn with the taste of old sawdust in your throat and something colder in your gut. The fog is gone now, but the quiet remains. Not peaceful, just hollow. Back at camp, no one talks about the barn. You unsaddle your horse and brush the dust from your coat. The rag is gone. Lost or discarded. It doesn't matter. Your hands are clean enough, at least on the outside. Mary's letter finds you again. You pull it from your pocket like a confession. The edges are soft now, worn from being read too many times without understanding a single word. You sit by the edge of the fire pit, watching the embers from last night's heat curl into the morning breeze. You don't open the letter. Not yet. You don't need to. You remember every word. She asked if you were the man she thought you were. You weren't then. You're not now. But you wish you were. You wish it in the way someone wishes for rain in the middle of a flood. Too late. Too much. Too wrong. The camp settles again. Dutch disappears into his thoughts. Hosea plays with his pipe, empty and unlit. You hear someone humming near the wagons. A song you don't know, soft and off-key. You let it wash over you like a memory that isn't yours. Later, as the sun dips low and turns the trees to silhouettes, you lie on your back and stare at the fading sky. Stars try to form, but the clouds keep them hidden. You think about the barn, the blood, the way the floor drank it in without protest. You think about the way your coat still smells. You think about Mary. Sleep doesn't come easy. It never does after days like this. The wind shifts. Someone coughs. The fire crackles low. And in the distance, a river murmurs to itself, carrying secrets toward the horizon, one drop at a time. The sound of water still clings to your thoughts. The memory of that river. That hum that never quite stopped speaking to the stones. But the world has changed around you now. The forest faded. The mist scattered. Green became gray. Smoke replaced fog. The scent of pine gave way to iron, and the hush of the wild retreated beneath the thrum of something louder, not voices, not wind, but the steady churning breath of a city made not from soil and branch, but from brick, brass, and bone. St. Denis opens before you like a mouthful of gold teeth and soot. It gleams and it groans. The streets glisten as if licked by rain, but the clouds above remain dry, only casting their shadows across slate rooftops and smoke-belching chimneys. You step forward slowly, your boots sounding unfamiliar against the cobbled road. No dirt, no grass, no trail. Just the tight geometry of a city that doesn't care if you're lost in it. The air smells of coal smoke and perfume, engine grease and cheap whiskey, sweat and ambition. It is not a comforting smell. It is too awake, too proud of itself. It drapes across your shoulders like a fine coat you didn't ask for, too tight at the throat. People pass you without pause, eyes focused elsewhere, mouths tight, footsteps purposeful. You're used to the wilderness where sound comes in whispers, but here it crashes like waves. Horses clatter alongside streetcars that scream on rails. Vendors shout in voices too sharp to be kind. Children run past, trailing laughter that smells faintly of cigarettes. Somewhere nearby, a bell tolls, not in mourning, but in schedule. You pass a man leaning against a red brick wall, his face hollow, his hands stained black. He lights a pipe and nods at nothing. A woman sweeps the threshold of her shop, each stroke of the broom scraping like a question. In the windows, behind streaked glass, mannequins wear suits you'll never need. You catch your reflection in the storefront glass. It looks like someone who doesn't belong. A stranger made of mud and leather, standing in a city made of gears and gaslight. Dutch likes it here. You can feel it in the way he walks ahead of you, shoulders back, coat swinging like he owns the ground. He talks about opportunity now, about blending in, about using the system before it uses you. But you see the tension in Hosea's eyes, the way Charles watches the rooftops instead of the streets, the way Sadie's hand never strays far from the knife at her belt. Everyone is pretending this place can be home. But this isn't a place made for people like you. This is a place that feeds on men like Dutch and leaves their names echoing down alleys that don't care who they were. You follow the group through an iron gate into a narrow courtyard tucked behind a tailor shop. The light barely reaches here. It spills in through cracks and bounces off windows too high to see through. Someone speaks. Plans, money, masks, the sound of escape disguised as progress. You nod when you're supposed to. You listen, but your attention drifts. A train howls in the distance. A dog barks twice and is silent. A streetcar hisses to a stop, its brakes sighing like tired lungs. Somewhere, the machinery of men grinds forward, indifferent to all the little dreams caught in its teeth. Later, you walk alone. The streets bend in ways that don't make sense. One turn leads to another, and suddenly you're not sure which direction leads back. The buildings lean over you like watchers, each window a quiet eye, each door a possibility you're not invited into. You pass under an arch where ivy clings like regret. A carriage rumbles past, its wheels spitting mud onto your coat. No one apologizes. No one sees you. In the marketplace, things breathe differently. The scent of spices, flowers, and rot mingles in the air like a song with too many verses. A butcher lifts a cleaver over something red and wet. A girl plays a fiddle with eyes closed, her case open for coins that never land. Two men argue in a language you don't speak, their hands moving more than their mouths. You buy nothing. You say nothing. You move through them like a ghost that hasn't figured out how to be dead. Eventually, you find the trolley. You board without thought, dropping a coin that clinks too loudly. The seat is hard. The windows fog slightly from the press of breath and time. The city slides past outside. Smokestacks and spires, laundries and law offices, gutters and gardens. St. Denis shows you its teeth and dares you to pretend they're not sharp. A man beside you reads a newspaper folded in precise thirds. The headline speaks of expansion, politics, new beginnings. Below it, in smaller print, a story of a missing boy. No photo, no resolution. Just a name and a last known direction. South. Always south. The streetcar stops near the theater district. You step off into the glow of lamplight that smells like burning oil and old velvet. Music spills from a doorway. something with brass and longing. A poster peels on the wall nearby, the face of an actress you've never seen, her eyes painted too wide to be real. Laughter leaks from inside the theater, sharp, practiced, distant. You don't go in. Instead, you walk along the edge of the canal. Water laps at mossy stone, thick with reflections that shimmer too much to be trusted. You lean on the railing and let your thoughts go soft. The city doesn't sleep. It shifts. It breathes. It turns the world into smoke and sells it back in packages of illusion. You think of the others, Dutch and his speeches, Hosea with his quiet sighs, Lenny with his jokes that try too hard. You think of Mary, again, always. You wonder if she ever came here, if she ever walked these streets wondering where you were, if she ever sat beside this water and watched the city turn itself inside out just to keep moving. A rat scurries along the stone edge. A gull cries overhead. Somewhere behind you, a bottle breaks. A voice shouts and fades, and the city keeps going. You return to camp long after the sky has bruised itself into darkness. The gang is gathered in pockets, around fires, near wagons, beside the quiet rumble of cards and whiskey. Dutch is talking again. Arthur, you sit apart. The city has left its mark, not visible, but inside, like soot in the lungs. You lie down on your bedroll beneath a tarp that barely blocks the stars. The sounds of St. Denis still echo, even out here. The distant whistle of a train, the dull clang of machinery, the endless hum of a place too big to fit into memory. Sleep comes slow, and when it does, it carries the rhythm of wheels on tracks, the scent of coal, and the faint glint of gaslight reflected in a puddle that never dries. And in the quietest moment, just before you drift completely, the machinery hums again, low, constant, inevitable, like the heart of something that forgot how to feel a long time ago. The scent of St. Denis still clings to you. Smoke, lilacs, grease, and ghost-thin perfume. It lingers in your collar, settles into your breath. Even now, as you stand before the mirror in a borrowed room with velvet drapes and lace that doesn't belong to your world, the city whispers behind you through the cracks in the windows. Somewhere out there, the bells of the tram clatter through the fog. Somewhere, a man is selling oysters from a tin bucket. Somewhere, Mary is breathing, and you are buttoning a suit that never wanted you inside it. The fabric is too smooth. It shivers under your fingers like something living, like something rich. Not your kind of rich. Not the cold metal of a stolen coin or the dirty weight of blood-soaked cash. This is rich the way champagne is, thin and loud and gone too fast. You tug the collar. It resists. The waist pinches. The sleeves itch. Everything about it feels like you are wearing someone else's dream, and they are not dead enough to stop reaching for it. You sit on the edge of the bed, elbows on knees, trying to pretend the leather shoes on your feet are just boots that shine too much. The carpet is thick, muffling the creak of your bones as you stand, as you pace. The mirror follows you, its oval eye unblinking. It doesn't see Arthur Morgan. It sees a stranger who doesn't know where to put his hands. You reach for your hat, but no, not with this suit. Not tonight. Tonight you belong to a different world, or at least you've been asked to pretend. The city waits outside like a beast with 1,000 lungs. You descend into it slowly, each step down the hotel stairwell like slipping deeper into warm water that doesn't welcome you. The doorman tips his hat and doesn't smile. The horses clatter by, indifferent. The gas lamps blink in rows like tired eyes. You walk, trying not to think about the note Mary wrote in that careful hand of hers. The way the words curved like forgiveness. The way her name still felt like a bruise pressed into your ribs. You remember her face more clearly now than you did before. Strange how memory sharpens when it's left alone. The way her brow would furrow when she was about to scold you. The way her laughter used to surprise even herself. You had been younger. or maybe just more reckless. She had smelled like lavender and ink. You remember her father's disapproval more than his face. He'd worn his hatred for you like a second skin. You wonder if he died clinging to it. The theater glows ahead, gold and red and too bright. It hums like a hive of money and manners. You hesitate, one foot still in the dark, and then the other follows because it always does. You pass through velvet ropes and into chandeliers and into laughter that doesn't belong to anyone you've ever robbed. Everything here sparkles. Everything here aches with polish. The floor is too clean. The air smells like powdered faces and expensive sweat. You see her before she sees you. She's not dressed like the girl you remember. She wears grief in pearls now. She smiles like someone who's learned how to hide it. Her voice is soft, measured, too careful to be real. But her eyes, they flinch when they land on you, just barely. Enough to remind you that she remembers everything. You sit beside her, not too close, not quite far. There's music playing, something with violins and intentions. A man in a painted face sings about love, and the audience sighs like they've never heard anyone. Mary leans in and says something about the tenor's voice. You nod like you care. You do, in a way. Not about the voice, but about the sound of hers brushing against your ear just once more. It doesn't belong here either. The night stretches, and the play unfolds. You try to follow it. You try to pretend you belong among the velvet and the applause, but your hands won't unclench. Your back aches from sitting too straight. And Mary, she smiles. She laughs, but never too loudly, like she's rationing it, like there's only so much joy she'll allow herself tonight, and you've already taken more than your share. When the curtain falls, you both rise. You don't speak right away. The crowd pours out into the street like smoke. You and Mary linger like coals beneath ash. She walks beside you now, quiet, gloved hands folded together like a prayer she's already lost faith in. She tells you about her brother, Jamie. You remember him? Soft-hearted, always looking for something bigger than himself to believe in. She says he's safe. She says she hopes he stays that way. You nod. You want to say you're sorry. You want to say you tried. But the words sit like rust behind your teeth. So you just keep walking. The street's narrow, and the air cools. The laughter of the theater-goers fades behind brick and alley. You find a bench that's not too clean, not too dirty, something between your world and hers. You sit. She sits. You talk. Or something like it. She tells you about her life, the pieces of it you weren't allowed to see, the suitors she never loved, the dinners she never enjoyed, the things she wanted to do and never dared to ask for. You tell her about the gang, not everything, just the good parts, if there are any. You mention Hosea, and she smiles at the name. You mention Dutch, and her smile fades. You do not mention Micah, or Column, or the days you've spent wading through blood that wasn't yours, but felt like it could have been. She asks you quietly what you're doing. Not tonight. Not with her. With your life. You don't answer. You can't. You ask about her father instead. She says he died last spring. She says it like she's still deciding how she feels about it. You nod. You try to offer a gesture of comfort, but your hands forget how. You sit in silence. The city breathes around you. And then she pulls something from her purse. A letter, folded neatly, heavy with unsaid things. She presses it into your hand, eyes down, voice thin. She says she needs your help. You feel it before you read it. That pull. That old tether from the past, tugging through years and scars and all the things you swore you'd left behind. She doesn't beg. She doesn't need to. You were already halfway to saying yes before she even asked. You promise you'll look into it. You don't promise anything else. You never do. The moment stretches. You don't want to say goodbye. Not because of what she means to you now, but because of what she used to. She reaches out, fingers brush your arm, light, barely a touch, but it burns. She says thank you, and then she walks away. You watch her go, each step like a page turning in a book you'll never finish. The crowd swallows her. The lights dim. The night exhales. You stand. The suit still doesn't fit, but you wear it anyway, because for a moment, just one moment, it lets you feel like something else. Like someone she could have loved if the world had been quieter, if the days had been softer, if the dirt under your nails didn't carry so much of you in it. The street hums, the gas lights flicker, the letter crinkles in your pocket. You head back into the dark, and behind you, the city dreams without you. You return to camp with the city still clinging to you, too much lace in your memory, too many lights behind your eyelids. The road back is longer than it should be, or maybe it just feels longer because you don't speak. Not to the horse, not to yourself. You ride through the hush of trees that don't need to ask where you've been. They've seen too many men leave wearing masks of decency and return with them crumpled in their fists. The moon above barely moves. The stars blink slowly like old men watching from porches. The quiet settles like a second coat on your shoulders, and you wear it better than the suit. The lanterns in camp burn lower now, trimmed to whispers. Someone snores soft near the fire. A few boots rest against a log with no owner in sight. You move between tents like a ghost who isn't sure he belongs anymore. You catch the glint of Dutch's silhouette before you hear his voice, that slow, syrupy drawl curling through the air like a promise half-spoken and half-swallowed. He's standing near the edge of camp, coat flared like wings, his hands gesturing gently at the dark, as if sculpting hope from it. You pause, not yet joining him, just watching from a place between shadow and silence. He doesn't notice you right away, or maybe he does, and this moment is for you to listen, not to speak. Dutch talks to the night the way a preacher talks to a cracked ceiling, not for answers, but for the echo. His voice rolls slow, like a river swollen with the first melt of spring. It's rich with things you want to believe, and maybe, just maybe, things you almost still do. He says the future is close. He says the plan is finally working. He says you're all about to be free. You've heard it before. On cold mornings with frost in your beard. On rainy days with the sound of coughing behind every tent flap. It's a song that plays louder when the walls tighten. Dutch plays it like a banjo. Not because it soothes, but because it keeps the silence out. And silence, around here, is starting to ask hard questions. He turns finally, eyes catching the low flame of a nearby lamp, and the gold in them flickers like something stirred in deep water. He smiles when he sees you, not wide, not warm, just enough to say, "You're still here." That means something. You nod and step closer. The dirt beneath your boots is soft from the recent rain. The air smells of burnt beans and horses and the kind of tobacco that no one enjoys but everyone smokes. Dutch starts to talk again, this time to you. He says he's proud. He says things are shifting. He talks about Cornwall, talks about Bronte, talks about men with power who have finally started to fear him. His words twist upward like smoke, impossible to hold, but thick enough to choke on. You don't interrupt. You let him talk, because that's part of it. Dutch doesn't speak to hear your thoughts. He speaks to hear the world bend around his own, and he is so very good at it. Each word is lacquered with confidence, each phrase smooth as river stones. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. The current of it pulls you in anyway. Even when you've learned not to trust the water, it still feels good to drift. He says you'll head east, or maybe west. The direction changes, but the dream doesn't. There's land out there, untouched, waiting. There's a future with your name carved into the bark of a tree that hasn't been cut yet. There's peace. There's freedom. There's an end to all this running. You almost believe him. Because it's late. Because you're tired. Because you want to. He touches your shoulder. That heavy grip that's half father and half general. And tells you you've done well. You feel it in your ribs. That ache for approval. That hunger for purpose. You nod again. He talks about loyalty. About the circle. About how not everyone understands what's coming. But you see it. You always have. You stay there with him a while longer, just standing, just breathing in the same air. And for a second, the world does feel smaller, simpler, like all the dust and blood and sorrow is just something that happened on the way to something better. Dutch has a way of doing that. He builds a dream so vivid, you forget it hasn't been born yet. You forget the cost. The wind picks up slightly, carrying the faint creak of a wagon wheel and the smell of wet pine. Somewhere behind you, Javier hums to himself, the same half melody he always turns to when the fire burns low. You remember mornings like this, before things got heavy, before you learned to watch Dutch's eyes instead of his words. Back when everything still felt like a story with an ending you could control. You glance at him now. He's looking past you, into the dark. Still talking, softly, as if convincing the shadows themselves to wait just a little longer. The light hits his face in such a way that you can't quite tell where the man ends and the mask begins. He says it's almost over. He says he just needs a little more from everyone. He says this is the moment before the world changes. You believe none of it. And still, you stay. Because you remember when his words made sense. Because there's nowhere else to go. Because deep down, you still hope the flood won't come. That the river will calm. That the banks will hold. He walks away eventually, coat flapping gently, like he's being pulled by some invisible thread. You don't follow. Not this time. You sit instead, on a stump that remembers the weight of your spine better than you do. The sky is lighter now, not with sun, but with the anticipation of it. Birds rustle sleep from their feathers. The fire hisses its last breath. You pull your coat tighter, not from cold, just something older than that. Behind you, Dutch's voice fades, not abruptly, just softly, like a river turning a bend. And somewhere in your chest, something begins to drift. The quiet doesn't last long. Not here. Not in this place where the air carries more secrets than scent. The scent is still there, of course. Always. Wet moss and stagnant water. Gun oil and sweat. Horse leather and mold. But it's the hush between sounds that carries weight now. That heavy hush just before everything catches fire. You move through the bayou with the kind of care that feels like reverence. Every step lands soft and deliberate. Not because you're afraid of what you'll disturb, but because you're trying not to admit how deeply disturbed you already are. This swamp is not just land. It is a memory that never finished forming. A fevered thought that forgot how to wake up. Everything here drips. Trees lean in. Roots curl like fingers. The sky hangs low as if reluctant to leave. There's a breath between every sound. Frog croak, owl call, distant splash. And in that breath, you exist. Not fully, not clearly, but present, like fog made flesh. You clutch your rifle loosely, more out of instinct than intention. The metal feels cold, but not cooling, just indifferent. Somewhere ahead, there are voices, not loud, not angry, just steady, like a prayer whispered by someone who's already convinced it won't be answered. You stay low. Move along the edge of the water, boots sinking into mud that seems eager to keep part of you. The cypress trees creak, not from wind, but from memory. They've seen this before. Men creeping through shadows for causes too tangled to be noble. You hear Dutch's voice again, not in the air, but in your chest, echoing like something you swallowed and couldn't spit back out. It's still smooth, still filled with that same slow promise. He said this would send a message. He said this would strike at the heart of Bronte's power. But the heart of this place isn't something you strike. It's something that swallows. And you're already halfway down its throat. The plantation rises through the trees like a ghost caught in mid-sentence. Pale walls behind black branches. Shutters closed like clenched teeth. There's no fire yet. Not yet. Just the potential of it. Thick in the air, sour on your tongue. You feel it before you see the flicker. Molotov in hand, someone steps forward. Might have been Bill. Might have been you. The bottle arcs, and for a moment it's beautiful, catching the moonlight in a spiral of oil and intent. Then it lands, and beauty turns to roar. Flames lick fast. They don't wait for permission. They climb and twist like they were always meant to be here. Like the house wasn't built to last but to burn. The orange light dances off the swamp water, turning black into gold. You shield your eyes, but it doesn't matter. The heat gets in anyway. Screams follow. Not yours. Not anyone's you recognize. Just noise, pure and panicked, as servants and shadows flee from the spreading blaze. You stay still a moment too long, watching the fire do what bullets could not. There's a strange satisfaction in it. Not pleasure, not pride. Just the quiet hum of something inevitable. But it's not over. Not with Dutch. He's already moving, coat flaring behind him, pistol in hand yelling directions like, "This is a war and not a message scrawled in flame." You follow, because you always do. The others fan out, boots thudding against porchwood, against dirt, against the backs of fleeing silhouettes. The light behind your eyes pulses with the rhythm of the fire. You try to blink it away, but it lingers. You breach the house, or what's left of it. The smoke inside is different, thicker, more personal. It tastes like old paper and velvet curtains and something once called luxury. The wallpaper peels like skin. The floor groans beneath your weight, threatening to collapse under the guilt no one has time to carry. Bronte isn't here. That becomes clear quick enough. This was never about him, not really. This was about something older. A statement, a shift, a fracture. Dutch talks about control, about leverage, but what you see in his eyes tonight is fire. Not the kind that burns wood, the kind that burns reason, the kind that doesn't go out. You move through the house in silence, clearing rooms that no longer feel like places anyone ever lived. Portraits hang crooked on the walls, eyes painted to follow you, but too bored to judge. Furniture sits untouched, as if waiting for a family that's already turned to ash. You don't speak. You don't think. You just breathe. Inhale, smoke. Exhale, ash. Eventually, Dutch calls it. You regroup outside. The fires reach the second floor now, and the roof has begun to shimmer with the promise of collapse. He's smiling, not big, not wild, just enough to say, "I told you." He talks about progress, about messages sent, about future plans. You can barely hear him. Not because he's quiet, because the swamp is louder. The frogs have stopped. The insects too. All you hear now is the burn. That deep, rumbling crackle. That slow, satisfied sigh of a structure giving in. You stare at the flames and see more than you should. Not just wood and paint, but something softer. Something moral. Something yours. The others begin to pull away one by one. Jokes start. Nervous laughter. They slap each other on the back like they didn't just light a match under their own feet. You linger, not from duty, but from something you can't name. You stare at the fire and feel it stare back. You wonder how many more nights will end this way. How many more plans will smell like scorched linen and betrayal. When you finally mount your horse, the saddle feels too warm, like it's absorbed the night's anger. You ride slow. No one says much. The swamp resumes its song, slowly. The hesitant chirp of something small, the plop of something wet returning to stillness. The smoke follows, drifting through trees like memory. Behind you, the plantation collapses inward, not with a scream, just a slow exhale, like it's finally tired of pretending it was ever going to be saved. You don't look back, but you feel it, the light, the heat, the weight. And somewhere between your shoulder blades, it stays, long after the fire has gone, long after the swamp forgets your name, long after Dutch stops speaking. You still carry the ember, just beneath the skin. The smoke from the bayou still lives in your clothes, not in a way you notice at first, no sharp sting, no lingering sting in the lungs, but in how every breath feels like it's already been exhaled once, by someone else, somewhere else. You leave the swamp behind as if stepping out of a fever, and still, something clings. The weight of something said too loudly, the silence that follows when it should have been a whisper instead. The ride to Shady Belle is quiet, not for lack of company, but because the night has taken its toll and carved the sound from your throat. Even the horses seem subdued, their hooves falling soft in the mud, tails twitching without rhythm, ears flicking at ghosts that might not be ghosts at all. Trees crowd the road like they've grown bolder since you last passed, leaning closer, watching, not menacing, just waiting. You wonder if they remember what this place was before you claimed it, before you pushed out the sickness and called it home. And then you see it. Shady Belle. Not grand, not imposing, but wide and wounded and weary. A house with too many windows and too few reasons to peer through them. The shutters are half open, like eyes that can't decide if it's worth waking up. The porch sags slightly in the middle, the way a person does when they've held their breath too long. And though you've been here before, moved through these rooms, touched these walls, tonight it feels different, like it's waiting for you to walk slower. You dismount with a grunt that tastes like old metal and older decisions. The others peel off into their own shadows, finding corners and crates and walls to lean against. No words, just the creak of boards, the jingle of tack, the hush of something being unsaid. You step up onto the porch. The wood is soft beneath your boots, not rotting exactly, but uncertain, like it hasn't decided whether to support you or remember someone else's weight. The door opens without resistance. It doesn't groan or moan or squeal. It simply accepts. You move into the foyer, and the house folds around you, not warmly, not even kindly, just completely. The air inside is thick with history, not the kind that gets written down, but the kind that seeps into the cracks between bricks, that hides beneath floorboards, that watches from banisters. A chandelier hangs crooked in the entryway, its glass dusty, its brass dulled by time and salt and heat. It doesn't sway, but it looks like it should, like it's waiting for the right kind of breath to stir it. Beneath it, the floorboards ripple in the light, worn down by the kind of footsteps that came in angry and left hurried. You move through the space slowly, letting the quiet rest on your shoulders like an old, familiar coat. In the sitting room, the chairs have been rearranged. You don't remember who moved them or why. But the angles are different now, less like a place people sit, more like a place people avoid. Dust clings to the armrests like frost. A broken teacup still rests on the mantel, cracked clean through the handle, as if even porcelain here decided it could no longer hold anything. Upstairs, the hallway stretches like an exhale. The wallpaper peels where the sunlight used to hit. The air smells faintly of mildew and old cologne. You run your fingers along the banister as you walk, and the wood flinches under your touch, splintering slightly, like it's remembering another hand. Thinner, maybe, or angrier. The bedrooms are mostly empty now. Mattresses laid directly on the floor, blankets that don't match, boots scattered in corners like discarded thoughts. There's laughter down the hall, quiet, distant, unbothered. And for a moment you let it settle over you like mist. Then it fades, as things do in places like this. You step into your room. It isn't really yours, of course, just the one you've taken for now. The walls are bare. The window sticks. The bed groans when you sit, like it knows you don't plan to sleep. And there, in the quiet, the kind of quiet that hums more than it rests, you finally breathe. Deeply. Slowly. Like someone coming up for air after forgetting they were underwater. The night creeps through the shutters, casting lines of silver across the floor. You watch dust rise in the glow, dancing like thoughts too small to say aloud. Below, the others speak softly. You can't hear the words, just the shape of them, the weight. You wonder what Dutch is saying now, what vision he's spinning, what future he's sketching in the air with those careful hands. You used to believe those words could build bridges. Lately, they feel more like scaffolding for something already crumbling. Shady Bell creaks, not loudly, just enough to remind you that it listens, that it shifts with you, that it resents your silence just a little less than your noise. The fire downstairs is low, and its light flickers up the stairwell like the pulse of something old trying to stay warm. You stare at the ceiling and try to remember the last time you felt safe in a building. Not comfortable, safe. Maybe it was a cabin, or a cave, or the space beside a friend's shoulder. Maybe it wasn't a place at all. You lie back on the mattress and let the springs complain. The room breathes with you now, not in unison, but in sympathy. You stare up and imagine what the ceiling might have seen before you. Lovers, liars, loneliness. Maybe someone else once stared upward just like this, wondering if the roof could hold all their questions. Time passes here without precision. Minutes feel like hours, and hours forget to end. You trace cracks in the plaster with your eyes, following them like rivers, like roads, like maps of choices that split and splinter and lead nowhere but back here. Back to this bed. Back to this place that isn't home but has taken your shape anyway. Outside, the frogs begin again, slowly, cautiously, as if asking permission. The cicadas answer. Somewhere far off, a train whistles through the dark, soft, low, uncertain of its own direction. The sound rolls over the land like fog, curling between the trees, over the porch, under your door. You close your eyes, not to sleep, but to listen better. The wood beneath you shifts. The walls hum. The house, this broken breathing thing, wraps around you like a memory too tired to haunt. The quiet deepens, not like a void, but like a well. Deep, echoed, waiting. And in that quiet, you drift. Not away, but deeper in, where nothing needs to be said, where every sound is a memory, and every silence, a promise. Just the slow creak of wood, the soft hush of breath, and the whisper of something warm still flickering beneath the floor. The ocean didn't return you. It spat you out, a half-drowned thought washed ashore on foreign sand, limbs limp and lungs unsure of the rhythm of breath. Everything aches, but not with pain, with distance, with dislocation. Your skin holds the memory of salt and sun, but it's your soul that feels blistered, peeled thin by the heat that drips from the sky in waves. You're not home. You're not even close. The sand beneath you feels unfamiliar, too fine, too white, like it was sifted from someone else's dream. You taste iron and salt on your tongue, and for a moment you can't tell if it's the sea or your own blood. Birds circle above in spirals too precise to be lazy. Their calls are sharp, like someone whistling from another life. The air is thick with the hum of something living too loudly. Insects, heat, time. All of it buzzes. Nothing rests. Even the trees seem to breathe with effort. Their leaves drip with sweat, or maybe it's rain that never fell. You sit up slowly, every joint resisting the shift. Around you, the shoreline stretches like a fever dream, curved and cracked and blinding. Shadows move where they shouldn't, and light pools in the wrong places. Your head throbs in slow pulses, as if remembering something you haven't lived yet. The sand clings to you like accusation. It gets everywhere. in your boots, in your collar, under your fingernails. You're not sure how long you were out. You're not sure if you were ever really in. The trees begin where the beach ends, sharp and tall and deeply green, like they've been watching long before you arrived. The jungle hums with its own vocabulary. Every leaf rustles with intent. Every root seems to wait. You rise, legs trembling under the weight of survival, and begin to walk, though it feels more like drifting, like a ghost wearing your body for a little while longer. The heat presses against your skin like a memory you wish you could forget. It makes your shirt cling, your breath shorten, your thoughts blur. Time here doesn't tick. It slides. It oozes. The deeper you move into the island's green lungs, the more you lose your own. You pass plants you don't know the names of, leaves the size of blankets, flowers that bloom with a warning, vines that look like they've pulled men apart before. Somewhere in the distance, water drips in slow syncopation, like a song you almost recognize but can't place. And behind it all, there's a rhythm, a pulse. Not yours, not quite. The island's, maybe. Voices come before faces. Distant at first, muffled by trees, warped by heat. Then closer, urgent. Someone calls your name, or maybe they don't. Maybe it's just the sound you've come to answer to. Shapes move through the green, and for a moment, you tense. But the fear doesn't bloom. It curls, cautious. They're friends, or what passes for them now. Faces sunburned and eyes rimmed red with sleeplessness. They look at you like someone returned from the grave, and you wonder how long they thought you were gone. How long you were. The camp is makeshift, a patchwork of salvaged ambition and borrowed shelter. Tarps stretched over branches, crates turned into tables, a fire that never quite gives enough warmth. Everyone moves like they're trying not to wake the island, as if it might notice them here and decide against hospitality. You lie down again, this time on damp fabric instead of sand. And still, the ground feels like it shifts. Guarma doesn't sit still. It breathes under you. It pulses. It waits. And in that waiting, you sleep, if it can be called that, and dream of rivers that run uphill, of guns that melt in your hands, of Dutch's voice like thunder with no storm to follow. You dream of home, though you can't remember what it looks like anymore. Just that it's colder than this, quieter, real. Sleep doesn't bring rest. It brings color. Too much of it. Reds that burn, greens that sting, yellows that don't belong. Insects climb behind your eyelids. You blink, and the jungle blinks back. When you rise again, it's because the world around you insists. A shout, not panicked but close to it, breaks the heavy breath of the island's silence. You sit up and the air feels thicker. The canopy above has changed. The light filtering through it now stained like old whiskey. Guarma shifts in hue like it's been bruised. You follow the sound, one foot after another. Every step pulls at your ribs, still sore from the sea's punishment. Through a gap in the underbrush, you find them, the others, arguing in a language half English, half heat stroke. The plan is unclear, but the feeling isn't. They're scared, not of being caught, but of being forgotten, of rotting in paradise while the rest of the world carries on without them. Dutch stands apart. He always does. Even here, where the vines hang like nooses and the mosquitoes draw blood with reverence, he finds elevation. His boots are on the same dirt, but his eyes aren't. They search something higher, something distant, something he'll never reach but will always chase. When he speaks, it's with warmth, like the sun before it scorches. His voice swells, slow and river-like, but under the calm surface, you feel it gathering. There's a flood coming, and he's already decided to surf its crest. You have to believe in something, he says. Or maybe you imagine it. The words come from everywhere and nowhere, from his mouth, from the trees, from the ache in your chest. And still, you follow him. You cross rivers that taste metallic, climb ridges with clay that sticks like doubt, pass skeletons of trees that remember more than you do. The island is alive, but it isn't welcoming. It tests. It peels. It wears you down not with hostility, but with persistence. Every sound blends into the next, bird call to scream to laughter to rifle crack, until you can't tell which memories are yours and which belong to the jungle. You look down once and realize your boots have bled. Not you, just the leather. Still, it feels like a warning. Then comes the fire. It starts in whispers, a glow between leaves, a warmth too deliberate to be the sun. You approach, heart slow and limbs slower. Through thick brush you see it. Buildings, sugarcane fields, barrels too full. Workers move like ghosts, guards like carrion birds. You see cages without doors, and men who've forgotten how to stand straight. Guarma's heart beats loudest here, and it beats for profit. Dutch doesn't flinch. He smiles, and it breaks something inside you. The plan begins, but you already know it's not really a plan. It's a spark, a match in a powder room. The fire doesn't wait. It spreads. Gunpowder tastes like salt. Flame tastes like memory. The jungle breathes smoke, and the sky burns red. People yell, and in the noise, everything sharpens. But only for a second. Then it dulls again. The clarity fades with the echo of gunshots, and all that's left is heat. So much heat. You run because there is no other option. Over fences, through brush, past pain. The world blurs into motion and fire and breath. A companion's hand grabs yours for half a second, then lets go. You don't see them again. When it's over, if it ever really ends, you're back on the shore. The sand doesn't feel any cooler. Your lungs hurt. Your face is streaked with ash. But you're breathing. And in the distance, over the crashing waves, you hear Dutch laughing. Not cruelly, not joyfully, but like someone who has seen the edge of the map and found it full of lies. You sit. The stars above are unfamiliar. They shine in patterns you don't know, stories you were never told. The moon drips light onto the ocean like spilled milk, and for the first time in days, the water looks clean again. Not kind, but clean. The island hasn't let you go. It never will. But for a moment, just one, it turns its head away. And in that hush, that brief, breathless hush, you almost remember who you were before the sea took your name. The tide retreats. The embers cool. The fever sleeps. But it still pulses, somewhere beneath the sand. The sand has long since left your boots, but you still feel it. Gritty in the folds of your skin, clinging to the corners of your memory like ash from a fire that never belonged to you. The brightness of Guarma has faded into something denser now. The jungle no longer dazzles. It presses. The air doesn't shimmer. It sweats. And your lungs, tired as they are, breathe as though through cloth soaked in heat and old sorrow. You move without speaking. The leaves don't part so much as they lean, reluctantly, brushing dampness across your cheek with the weight of disapproval. Your shirt sticks in every crevice. Your rifle is heavier than it was yesterday, and your hands, they ache in a way that's not quite pain, but not quite tiredness either. Just a quiet surrender. One more layer of resignation settling in, like the slow curl of steam off a broken teacup. Rain has no beginning here. It simply becomes. It's not the polite patter of civilized storms or the brief release of cloudbursts. This rain is persistent, relentless, soft only in volume, not in presence. It hums like breath in the ear. It trickles down your spine, pools at your collarbone, soaks your socks until every step becomes an argument between flesh and waterlogged wool. And still, you move forward. Not because you must, not anymore, but because backward isn't an option. Not here, not now. The jungle isn't alive. It's dreaming, breathing slowly in a fevered haze. Trees hang like watchers, their trunks slick with moss and silence. Vines curl in question marks, but they never ask aloud. You step over roots that writhe underfoot like sleeping things, cautious not to wake whatever lies beneath the surface of this green, pulsing world. The sound of dying doesn't scream in Guarma. It doesn't come sudden or clean or even final. It arrives in fragments, a gasp, a wet cough, a name spoken too late, swallowed by ferns. You hear it behind you sometimes, ahead of you too, in the way the birds stop singing for no reason at all, in the smell of powder that never quite fades from your sleeve, in the echo of gunshots that don't belong to you, not this time. You remember one man. You can't recall his name. You only remember the way his blood mixed with the mud like it had always belonged there. His voice had sounded like laughter once, long ago. Now it lingers like rust. You didn't bury him. No one did. The jungle doesn't need graves. It takes back what falls into it, quietly, like a mother reclaiming lost children with vines and moss, and patient, swallowing time. There's movement ahead, not sharp, not alarming. Just the kind that reminds you you're not alone. You've stopped fearing it, mostly. Companionship here is fleeting, like the reflection of moonlight on disturbed water. Sometimes it's Dutch's whisper through the leaves, full of dreams even now. Sometimes it's a boot print in the wrong direction. Sometimes it's Sadie's breath beside you, steady, angry, alive. Every so often you pause beneath a tree and let the rain pool in the hollow of your hat, then slide it off your brow in one practiced motion. There is no point, of course. You're soaked to the marrow. But the gesture is familiar. And in this place, familiarity is currency. It's a way of anchoring yourself when the sky looks the same as the ground, and both smell of rot and fern and the slow decomposition of something once hopeful. You dream while awake, sometimes. Not visions, just flickers, the shape of your horse's mane in sunlight, the sound of Abigail's laugh, low and wary, the way the fire cracked back at camp, back when camp meant something. These thoughts don't comfort you. They arrive like aches, soft pains that remind you your body still holds warmth, even as it tries to forget. The rebels, the ones who look at you like a ghost with a gun. They speak in tones that blur into the canopy. You don't understand them fully, not the words, but the meaning hums clear. Desperation needs no translation. Loss carves its own alphabet. You see it in the way they hold their weapons like apologies, in the way they don't look at their dead, in the way they keep moving, always, like if they stop, even for a breath, the jungle will close in and forget they ever existed. You help where you can. You fire when you must. You carry the wounded. You bury what doesn't make it. You don't ask questions, not because you don't care, but because questions sound too loud here. They clang, they echo, they remind you there were other roads, other lives, other ways this all could have gone. At night, if it can be called night when the sky remains a ceiling of damp ink, you lie beneath makeshift canvas and try not to listen to the coughing. One of the rebels is dying, slowly. The sound is a rattle in his chest, soft and rhythmic, like wind through dry grass. No one speaks of it. No one comforts him. This, too, is routine. The dying is quieter here, more accepted, less tragic. Just another kind of passage. There's a boy. You don't know his name. You've never asked. He walks ahead of you, machete in hand, slicing at vines with a kind of gentle violence. He whistles, sometimes, off-key and low. You follow the tune like a trail of breadcrumbs. It makes the trees feel less tall, less like teeth. And when he disappears for half a day, as he often does, the silence he leaves behind is unbearable. You see Dutch sometimes in this wet purgatory. His eyes still gleam with fire, but the smoke around them is thicker now. He speaks of plans, even here, of return, of revenge. His words have sharp edges, but no roots. They drift like mist and never settle. You nod when he talks, not because you believe, but because doubt feels too heavy to carry through the mud. In moments between moments, you crouch near small rivers and watch insects trace lazy circles on the surface. You study your reflection, or what's left of it. The beard, too long. The eyes, too distant. The skin, touched by sickness and sun, and the kind of fatigue that lives deeper than bones. You splash your face with water that tastes of leaves and metal and 1,000 years of rain. It helps, but only just. The jungle is beautiful in the way that fire is beautiful. Alive, indifferent, all-consuming. Orchids bloom beside skeletons. Bright birds scream through trees that once hung nooses. The sunlight, when it pierces through, looks like salvation, but feels like accusation. You are a trespasser here, not by choice. But that doesn't change the fact. You lose track of days, of distance, of direction. There are no maps worth following, no trails that do not twist back upon themselves. You move forward not by compass, but by instinct. And even that feels dulled, like a knife worn smooth by too many mistakes. Then, one evening, or morning, or some hour in between, you hear it. Gunfire, close, controlled, familiar. Your body tenses, then relaxes, because it's them, the others, the gang, alive, somehow still alive. You press through branches like curtains, breath catching in your throat, not from fear, but something quieter, something almost like hope. You see them before they see you. Wet, muddy, tired, but whole. The reunion is not a celebration. There is no cheer, no embrace, just nods, just looks, just the shared understanding of having endured, of still enduring. The jungle gives nothing easily, but it has given this, a moment, however fleeting, of not being alone. That night, you share silence around a fire that refuses to stay lit. You pass a flask. You share a joke that no one laughs at, but someone smiles. And for the first time in days or years or dreams, the rain pauses, not stops, just slows. And in that quiet, with the trees leaning close and the stars struggling to be seen, you hear it. The sound of something letting go. Not dying, not really, just fading, like a breath, like a song that no longer needs to be sung. And you lie back, watching the canopy tremble with the weight of memory and moisture, your heart still, your hands open, your thoughts drifting far beyond the jungle and all its aching green. The last thing you notice before sleep takes you isn't the fire. It's the sound of distant thunder, not a threat, not a warning, just a reminder that even here, the sky remembers how to cry. The rain didn't stop. It only changed its mind. What once fell in sheets now lingers as mist, like breath that forgot how to exhale, and in the gray that settles over the jungle, in the way the leaves droop lower and the trees press in just a little tighter, you know. The leaving has begun, not loudly, not with any grand motion or goodbyes, just the slow withdrawal of a dream that has rotted into memory. You don't speak as you move, neither do the others. Words have become burdens here, soggy and swollen, dragging behind like wet canvas. There's nothing left to explain anyway. What was done in silence, and silence is what carries you now, back toward the edge of this fevered island, toward the makeshift dock with its cracked boards and half-sunken promises. The boat waits, barely. It is not a ship. It is not salvation. It is a shape, a possibility, bobbing in brackish water like a lie that hasn't been told yet. And still you go to it. Because going anywhere else would mean admitting you've grown roots here. And the jungle, for all its hunger, is not where your bones belong. The boarding is clumsy. You slip once. A hand, you're not sure whose, catches your elbow just enough to keep you upright. You nod, your thanks unsaid. There is no room left in you for gratitude. Just breath. Just movement. Just the dull ache of becoming a passenger again. Of placing your weight into wood and salt and directionless motion. When the island begins to shrink behind you, no one looks back. Not really. A few eyes flick to the tree line. A few fingers twitch as if to sketch something unseen in the air. But mostly, you all face forward, toward the open, toward the return, toward whatever waits across the sea like a page you thought you tore out, but somehow found again, smudged and stubborn in the binding. The crossing isn't fast. It isn't gentle. The waves do not rise in violence, only in rhythm. Slow, ceaseless, like the pulse of something too big to be angry, too old to be impressed by your survival. The sky remains gray. The sea mirrors it. The line between them blurs until you're not sure if you're drifting forward or simply being forgotten. You think of fire, not the warmth of campfire stories or the glow of remembered homes, but the sharp, bright kind, the kind that eats, the kind that doesn't wait. You see it sometimes behind your eyelids, flickering across timber and tents, over faces you once trusted, wreckage in flame, ash that refuses to settle. The places you left behind were not paused. They were consumed. And you are returning to ruins, not welcome. When land finally breaks the horizon, it does not cheer. It does not gleam. It simply exists, muted and quiet, like a wound you thought had healed until your hand brushed it by accident. You feel it before you see it fully. That pull in your gut, that awareness of what waits beyond the tree line. The smoke, maybe, still curling. The names that may not answer. The paths that may no longer be paths at all. Docking is a whisper. The boat sighs against wood, tired and relieved. You step off, knees reluctant, balance unsure. The earth is solid again, but not familiar. You are here. But you are not the same. The horses greet you without fanfare. Just breath, just weight, just the sound of hooves shifting on muddy ground. You mount out of habit, not joy. The saddle creaks. Your back protests. The reins are damp, and still, you ride. The trail unfolds like an apology. Trees bend lower. Grass grows higher. The road narrows as if embarrassed to be seen. You ride slowly, not because you want to, but because haste feels like hubris. You are not owed a reunion, only a reckoning. You see it in the distance first. A curl of smoke, a collapsed tent, a shirt left to dry, unmoving. The camp is not a camp now. It's a collection of leftovers. Half-lives and broken plans and the smell of something once warm now gone cold. You dismount. You walk the last stretch. Your boots fall softer here, as if afraid to disturb what memory still sleeps in the dirt. There are faces, yes. Some familiar, some not, some missing, some changed. The ones that meet your eyes do so with weariness, not joy. You are not a return. You are a reminder of what was lost, of who did the losing. You nod. They nod back. And then the silence folds over you all again, thick and necessary. Dutch is somewhere, always is. He emerges eventually, like smoke from wet wood, slow and choking. His smile is cracked. His voice still sings, but the melody has warped. The words don't land like they used to. You listen, because that's the shape you still know how to hold, not because you believe. There's news, grim mostly, names spoken with past tense softness, movements discussed with brittle urgency, plans drawn not in hope but in habit. You absorb it. Let it settle in your bones. You're used to carrying weight that doesn't belong to you. That hasn't changed. You sit by a fire that does not crackle. Its wood is damp. Its light is reluctant. But it's there, and that's enough for now. You eat what you're given. You drink what's offered. You speak only when spoken to. Your presence, it seems, is both balm and salt. Some are glad you're back. Others aren't sure. You don't blame them. At night, the camp creaks like old floorboards. Every tent flap whispers secrets. Every breath carries the scent of ashes. You lie on a blanket that smells of mildew and horses and something almost like home. Sleep comes in fits. Dreams arrive uninvited. Half jungle, half flame, all memory. You do not resist them. You simply float. Morning, or what passes for it, brings fog and silence. You rise not with purpose, but with muscle memory. You saddle up. You ride again. Tasks await, always do. Hunting, watching, listening, waiting. The rhythms return like bruises under old skin. Painful, but familiar. You see Sadie once near the river. Her eyes meet yours. She doesn't speak. Neither do you. But in that quiet exchange, something old settles. Not forgiveness. Not warmth. Just the mutual recognition of people who have seen too much and lived anyway. Dutch keeps planning. Hosea keeps warning. Micah keeps smirking. The world turns on a crooked axis, and you keep walking its edge. The wreckage is not behind you. It's beneath you. Built into the floorboards of this life, you keep patching with threadbare hope. There are moments, brief and unspoken, when it almost feels like before. A joke shared over burnt coffee. A horse nickering against your shoulder. The way the light catches a tin plate just right. But they are illusions, echoes, and you know better than to chase them. You ride further one afternoon, alone, not far, just far enough to let the camp shrink behind the trees. There's a ridge. You sit on it. You breathe. The wind carries the scent of burned wood and blooming grass. The horizon looks the same, but you are not. In the quiet, you remember Guarma, not as a place, but as a fever. A space where time lost its grip, where rain became breath, where life and death blurred like fog on a mirror. You do not long for it, but it lingers, like steam in your lungs. You think of those who didn't make it. Their names press against the backs of your teeth. You do not speak them. You taste them, like blood, like old tobacco, like guilt. When you return to camp, the sun is setting. The sky is all bruises and fire. Someone is singing, off-key, soft. You do not know the song, but it sounds like something lost, something loved, something too tired to finish. You sit by the fire again. This time you feel its warmth. Barely, but it's there. Your fingers curl toward it, more reflex than need. Your boots steam, your breath fogs. The stars blink above like they're deciding whether or not to come out tonight. And just before you lie back, just before your eyes blur and your thoughts begin to drift into that space between now and never, you smell it, faint, distant, impossible. A trace of salt on the air, the ocean maybe, or just memory pretending to be weather. Either way, it fades gently, like smoke, like song, like a man returning by wreckage and ash and finding that what still stands is enough. The fire burns low tonight, not out of necessity, but out of reverence, or perhaps reluctance. Flames that once danced higher now merely whisper, curling in upon themselves like they're ashamed of being too bright. There's a hush that has settled around Shady Bell again, a hush not born of fear or secrecy, but of absence. That hush is heavy in your chest. It wraps around your ribs like a coat made of someone else's sorrow. You sit by the fire, and though there are other bodies close by, murmurs, soft clinking of metal, coughs muffled in sleeves. You don't really hear them. You're listening for a laugh that isn't there, for a joke that should have been made, for a song that never starts. There's a chair just off to your left. It isn't special. It's the same rickety wood as the others, made with more haste than care, stained with 100 spills and burned by pipe ash. But tonight, it seems carved from memory. It seems sacred. It is Lenny's chair, and it is empty, and the silence it holds is louder than anyone else's voice could ever be. You remember him in pieces, not because memory fades, but because he came to you in moments, bits of lightning in a long gray sky. That time he brought you a drink after a rough job, sliding it across the table like it was a peace offering. That night you both laughed too loud in Valentine when the drink took over, and the world turned soft around the edges, his voice rising with disbelief as you stumbled through the saloon like ghosts who'd forgotten their feet. The way he looked at Dutch, with faith, yes, but also with questions. Quiet ones, honest ones. The kind you didn't always have the courage to ask. Now the chair is empty, and the world feels quieter, and none of it feels quite right. The floorboards creak when someone walks past, but you don't look up. The sound is soft, aimless, just someone moving through the night like smoke, neither arriving nor leaving. You wonder for a moment if maybe Lenny's still out there. Maybe he'll come back with some smart remark about how y'all can't keep a fire going for nothing, or how you look like you lost a fight to a bad idea. But the moment passes. It always does. You breathe in, hoping to catch some trace of his cologne, or the musty leather of his coat. But all you get is ash and mildew and the stale ghosts of too many damp nights. A moth flutters by, caught in the glow of the flame. It dances in that slow, suicidal way they do, attracted to the thing that'll end them. You watch it until it disappears into the dark, unsure whether it burned or escaped. The difference feels small tonight. You shift in your seat, not because you're uncomfortable, but because stillness has begun to feel too much like grief. You reach down, pick up the cup Lenny used to use, the one with the chipped rim and the blackened bottom from when he left it too close to the fire. You don't drink from it. You just hold it. It's cold now, and the cold bleeds into your palm like a reminder, the kind that doesn't ask for attention but gets it anyway. The trees outside rustle with wind, or maybe with something quieter. There's always something just past the edge of hearing out here. The swamp breathes differently, slower, deeper, as if it's hiding something old in its lungs. You let your eyes drift, not closed, not open, just unfocused, like the world doesn't deserve your full attention right now, because part of you is still sitting beside Lenny. Part of you always will be. He was young. That's what everyone says. As if the number matters more than the person. As if the tragedy is tied to math instead of memory. But you don't think of Lenny as young. You think of him as solid, as bright, as something that was supposed to last longer than this. You remember the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled. Not always, just when something genuinely got him. The kind of smile that made you feel like maybe, just maybe, you hadn't ruined everything. Someone nearby lets out a low whistle, tuneless, absent-minded. It drifts for a moment, then stops. They realize maybe what they were doing. Maybe they remember too. The air grows still again, the kind of still that presses against the skin like humidity, but colder, somehow. Heavier. You think about the last time you saw him. Not just saw his body, or the outline of his coat, or the way he fell, but saw him, really saw him. Heard the weight in his words, the hope behind his questions. He still believed in something. That's what made it hurt worse. Not the loss, but the interruption, the breaking of a sentence mid-breath. The fire crackles once, sudden and sharp, and you flinch like someone waking from a dream they weren't ready to leave. A log collapses inward, sending up a small flurry of sparks. They rise, golden, then die before they reach the height of the trees, like words cut short, like plans never spoken aloud. You look back at the chair. It hasn't moved, of course, but it feels different now. Not just empty, but waiting, and you feel the strange pull of wanting to fill it, just so it doesn't look so alone. But you don't, because it's not yours. Not really. It was his, and in its emptiness, it still is. Rain starts, soft and sparse, just enough to dampen the world's edges, not enough to change anything. It taps on the roof above like fingers trying to remember a tune. You don't move. The fire hisses a little, irritated by the moisture. A drop lands on your sleeve, then slides slowly down like a tear without a reason. You let it. You wonder briefly if Lenny would have stayed, even if he'd survived. If he would have made it through the next town, the next betrayal, the next splintering of Dutch's voice when the dream started to rot. Maybe. Maybe not. But he deserved the choice. That's what sticks in your throat like wood smoke. A laugh echoes in your mind. His, warm and real. You clutch at it like a photograph caught in the wind. You don't want to forget it. Not ever. Because some things deserve to be remembered more than they deserve to be mourned. And so, you sit a little longer. Not because you're waiting for him to come back, but because part of you believes that if you just stay still enough, quiet enough, the night will remember him with you. The fire burns lower, the chair remains empty, and the rain begins to sing. The rain has stopped, but the world hasn't dried. Moisture clings to every surface, to the bark of trees swollen with silence, to the collar of your coat still damp from yesterday's forgetting. You move slower now, not because of injury or weather, but because there is a weight that isn't visible, a drag in the chest, a heaviness behind the eyes. You feel it in the pauses between your thoughts, in the seconds that stretch too long when no one is looking at you. It doesn't hurt. Not yet. It simply echoes. The road under your boots is soft with mud and memory. Each step sinks slightly, like the earth is trying to keep you. Not urgently, not cruelly, just naturally, as if the land already knows. The horses don't ask questions anymore. They sense things, and you've grown quiet enough to let them. The sky above is gray with the kind of light that can't decide whether to stay or go. A filtered, weightless hue that makes everything look distant, even when it's near. You cough. It's not loud, not sharp. Just a breath that loses its way and returns a little darker, a little wetter. The kind of cough you feel in the ribs first, then behind the eyes. You glance down and see nothing at first, then a dark smear on the inside of your glove. You don't look long. The mind has its own ways of protecting itself. Yours is to keep walking. The others haven't said anything, not directly, but you know they've noticed. The way you rise slower from your bedroll, the way you hold your sides when you think no one's watching, the sudden need to stop and breathe beside a tree that isn't even in bloom. Charles looks at you longer than he used to. Dutch doesn't look at you at all. And Sadie hears it, every time. She doesn't flinch, but she listens. And that's somehow worse. The leaves are starting to fall now. Not in great flurries, not yet. Just the early tentative drift of one season brushing against the bones of another. They fall with that same rustling hush your breath now makes when it catches. You realize, in a way you hadn't before, that tuberculosis sounds like autumn. Not the full golden riot of it. Number, just the end, the tail edge, the part when it's quietest, when things fall without asking, when you stop noticing what you've lost until the branch is bare. You lean against a fence post outside of town. The wood is dry, splintered. You grip it anyway. You watch a man load hay into a cart across the street. His hands are calloused, movements sharp. His breath puffs evenly in the chill. He doesn't know he's being watched. He doesn't know how it feels to lose from the inside out. You don't envy him. You just remember him, like he's who you used to be, if only for a moment in another lifetime. A church bell rings, not near, not loud, but clear enough that it finds the soft spot in your chest and rests there, like it belongs. Bells used to mean time, structure, faith even. Now they just sound like reminders. You count each toll with the rhythm of your pulse. They don't match. Nothing matches anymore. You feel like a letter someone started to write but never finished. Folded, put away, left in a drawer to yellow. You cough again. This one tastes of metal. It doesn't surprise you. You wonder how long it'll be before the taste is the only thing left, before food turns to ash, before whiskey burns too sharp, before your voice fades into that dry whisper you've heard in others, men you rode past in dusty beds, too weak to lift their heads but still staring, still waiting for something that doesn't come. You ride back to camp, not for comfort, but for familiarity. The trees blur past in smudged greens and browns. You don't look at them. Your eyes drift instead to the space between branches, the thin gaps where the sky presses through, pale and soft like gauze. The sun never shows its full face anymore. It peers, it watches, but it does not warm. Back in camp, you dismount without ceremony. The ground feels uneven. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just you. You pass by the fire and nod to Pearson, who mutters something about stew. You don't answer. You sit instead on the log near the edge, where the smoke trails off into the trees and the noise of the others thins. You rest your elbows on your knees and feel your breath struggle to find a rhythm. Someone hands you a cup. You don't see who. It's warm. That's enough. You sip it, whatever it is, and let the heat bloom behind your teeth. It hurts a little, the way warmth does when your body isn't ready for it. You close your eyes. The fire crackles behind you, and somewhere, faintly, leaves fall. You think about the doctor. His face was kind, apologetic. The way someone looks when they've been made the messenger of bad news so many times it's no longer shocking, just heavy. He said words like advanced and rest and weeks, maybe months. He didn't say hope. Not once. You noticed that. You're tired. Not the kind of tired that sleep fixes. The kind that settles in your marrow, that reshapes you. You try not to show it. You stand when needed. You fight when asked. But every motion feels like dragging yourself up from somewhere deeper than before, like swimming through wool. You think about the way Sadie looks at you now, not with pity, but with knowledge. She's seen the change. She doesn't mention it, but her eyes soften when yours grow distant. She keeps riding close, doesn't let you fall behind. You wonder if she knows what it costs you to keep up. Later, in your tent, the night presses in with its usual weight. The canvas flutters faintly. A lantern glows just enough to sketch your shadow against the fabric. You lie down, slow, one movement at a time, like your body needs instruction. Your breath hitches. You swallow it. The stars are out. You can see a few through the tear in the tent flap. They look colder now, smaller, as if they've stepped back. The cough comes again, dry at first, then wet. You press your hand to your mouth. When it's done, you stare at the smear in your palm. It's dark. It always is. You wipe it on your pants. You don't think about it. You dream, maybe, or remember. It's hard to tell. You're standing in a golden field, wind brushing your shoulders, the sound of laughter drifting on the breeze like music you once knew. Lenny is there, maybe, or Hosea, or your mother. You can't see them clearly, but their presence warms you. You want to stay. But the wind changes, the laughter fades, and you are back in the tent, hand pressed to your chest, eyes damp. You turn your head, just enough to see the shape of the empty stool beside you. No one's there, but you imagine Charles would have sat there if he weren't so good at giving space. Or maybe John. Or maybe no one. Maybe this is something that must be done alone. You breathe, carefully, each inhale measured, each exhale quieter than the last. And outside in the woods beyond camp, a leaf lets go. It spirals down, slowly, softly, unnoticed. Just one, but it sounds exactly like what you've been trying not to hear. The leaf drifts to the ground behind you, but you don't watch it land. The air carries it somewhere else, somewhere quieter, somewhere you won't go again. The taste in your mouth hasn't left. Metallic, slow, memory pressed into the gums like a secret you can't forget. But there are plans now, and urgency is a kind of distraction. You feel the heat of it before you feel the fear. The street is narrow, tighter than you remember. The buildings lean in like old men huddling over dice, whispering about something they shouldn't be part of. The windows are all half open, half curtained, like they're watching, like they're waiting. Your boots strike the wooden boards of the walkway with a weight that isn't just yours. Dutch is speaking, but the words slide past like mist. He gestures, smiles. His hands dance with conviction. But behind his eyes, something shifts. You see it now. The gleam that isn't just confidence, it's hunger. And you're already walking forward. Your rifle is slung across your back. It bumps with every step. Each motion a dull reminder that this isn't the first time you've done something like this. But it might be the last. Not because it's grand, not because it's fatal, but because something inside you no longer fits into this kind of moment. You are wearing old clothes on a body that has changed. The fit is wrong, the rhythm slower. The bank looms in front of you, not tall, just final, like the last page of a book you didn't know you were reading. The door swings open with a familiar creak, the kind you've heard in every town, every job, every poor decision dressed in promise. The floors are clean. The light is gold. A clerk looks up and doesn't quite smile. He sees you, not fully, but enough. Dutch's voice sharpens now, not loud but edged. He's in his element, and you are outside of yours. You follow anyway. Through the doors, past the counters, into the vault that waits like an open mouth. You don't speak. There's nothing left to say. The others move like parts of a machine that's been wound too tight. Lenny's eyes flick to yours for the briefest moment. Not excitement, not worry, just presence, a shared knowing. Then the noise begins. Not loud at first, just raised voices, then gunfire, then panic. The sound swells like a wave and breaks over you all at once. You've heard this before, in different cities, different decades maybe. It always sounds the same, a kind of tearing, not of flesh or cloth, but of moments. You fire, not at anyone in particular, just into the edge of the storm. The bullets don't ask questions, neither do you. Smoke curls like vines through the air, wrapping around your breath until every inhale tastes like iron and endings. You step over shattered glass and splintered furniture. The floor shakes with the weight of too many footsteps running in too many directions. Dutch is shouting now. Orders, curses, promises. The difference is hard to tell. You can't see Hosea. Not yet. That's probably for the best. You cough into your sleeve. The ache pulls deep, not just in your chest, but in your arms, your legs, your spine. Like your body is remembering something before you've lived it. You reload without thinking. It's just motion, just something to do with your hands while the world burns a little louder. Then you see Lenny. Not upright, not moving, just there. A shape on the ground, still, surrounded by things that aren't quiet. You don't move at first. Your feet are confused. Your eyes betray you. They try to turn the image into something else, something fixable. But nothing changes. He is lying there, and the world doesn't stop for it. It barely even notices. The scream doesn't come. Not from you. You hold it somewhere behind your teeth. You kneel instead, touch his shoulder, feel nothing. The warmth has already started to leave. You whisper his name anyway. Not to wake him, just to remember what it felt like to say it. The others are pulling at you now, telling you to move, to run, to leave. And you do. Not because you want to, but because staying feels like drowning with your eyes open. You leave him there, not by choice, but by the momentum of everything falling apart. You run. Through alleys that twist like fever dreams, past doors that slam in fear, over crates and fences and scattered belongings that meant something to someone this morning. Your legs burn. Your lungs burn more. You cough again and taste copper. The weight in your chest grows heavier, like grief has decided to sit down and stay. A bullet bites the wall near your head. You don't flinch. You're too tired. The city screams around you, and all you can hear is Lenny's laughter from a memory that feels older than you are. You remember the saloon, the drink, the dancing, the feeling of being weightless, even just for an evening. That feeling is gone now. It vanished in the blink between two heartbeats. You duck into a side street. Dutch is there. His face is wild, not with rage, but with belief, the kind that can't be reasoned with. He grabs your arm, shouts something about the future, about loyalty, about sacrifice. You nod, not because you agree, but because you don't have the strength to argue with someone who has already rewritten the story in his own handwriting. The horses are waiting, saddled, nervous. You swing up with difficulty. The pain flares bright, then dulls to a throb. You ride hard. The city falls behind you in a blur of smoke and gunpowder and fading shouts. The trail ahead is narrow and steep. The others ride with you, but no one speaks. There's nothing left to say. Only breath. Only the sound of hooves and the wind trying to erase everything that just happened. Night finds you eventually, hides you, wraps around the group like an old blanket that no longer warms. You stop in the woods, build a fire that doesn't flicker high enough to matter. The silence grows like ivy, creeping into the spaces between glances. No one mentions Lenny. No one mentions Hosea. Dutch talks about the plan, the next move. His words fall like stones into a dry well. You sit apart. The stars above are indifferent. You wonder if they saw what happened, if they even care. Your hands tremble, but not from cold. The heat in your chest pulses like something trying to escape. You let it, slowly, quietly. Lenny's chair back at camp will be empty now, and you'll see it every time you return. You'll pretend not to. You'll sit near it, not beside it. You'll tell yourself he's on a job, or asleep, or anywhere else. But you'll know. You always do. A breeze slips through the trees, carries the scent of ash. A branch creaks. Somewhere in the dark, an owl calls. And you remember that this was never about money. Not really. It was about motion. About running so fast you couldn't hear the sound of what was catching up to you. But tonight, it caught you. And it left something behind. Something small. Something heavy. Something like a silence shaped exactly like a missing friend. And somewhere just beyond the trees, a piece of smoke curls up, then vanishes. You don't watch it disappear. You just close your eyes and listen to the fire forget his name. The fire hasn't gone out. Not entirely. It only hides when you stop looking. When the smoke from St. Denis still clings to your clothes, and the sound of Dutch's voice lingers like something oily in your ears. When grief doesn't announce itself, but instead curls quiet in your lungs, folded in the breath between coughs. Somewhere behind you, Lenny's chair still waits. But you don't turn around. You keep moving forward, because forward is all that's left, and because Sadie is already there, ahead of you again. You find her not by searching, but by drifting. The world seems to slope in her direction, like gravity has quietly changed its allegiance. The trees thin. The camp fades behind you like the aftertaste of a bitter drink. The cold isn't sharp here. It's clean, unspoken, wide. The wind shifts in small gestures across your skin, not asking permission. You follow the trail not because you want to talk, but because silence needs company too. She's there beside the fire, not tending it, not watching it, just being near it, as though it belongs to her, not because she built it, but because it rose up to meet her. The flames don't crackle in the usual way. They breathe, slow, low, like an animal that's not quite asleep. Sadie's coat is heavy on her shoulders, but her posture is not. She sits like someone who has spent enough time standing over graves. There is a space beside her, and though she doesn't say anything, you understand it's for you, not out of kindness, not even out of grief. Just because this night has room for two ghosts, you lower yourself beside her, the ground colder than expected, the fire warmer than it looks. The light does strange things to your hands, makes them look older, worn thin. You rub them together anyway, not for heat, just to remember they're still yours. Sadie doesn't look at you. Her gaze is somewhere deeper, not across the flames, but inside them, like she's staring at a place you can't go. Her voice comes like a rock dropped into still water. Not loud, just certain. They killed him. That's all she says. Not who, not where, not how. Just that. Like it's a song she's sung too many times and can no longer hear the melody. You don't respond. You nod slowly, as if grief were something that needed acknowledgement to remain polite. The fire snaps once. A log shifts, releasing sparks into the dark like whispers trying to escape. Sadie finally looks at you. Not directly, just enough to be seen. Ain't no fixing it, she says, and there's no anger in it. No pleading. Just a truth, brittle and old, like a nail rusted into wood. You wonder how long she's carried it, whether she reforges it each morning, whether it grows heavier or simply sharper. You remember Jake, though not in detail, just the outlines, his laughter from a distance, a memory caught between gunpowder and blood. Sadie doesn't offer a story. She offers a presence, and the silence between you stretches out like a blanket too thin for winter, but shared anyway. The horses graze somewhere in the dark, their breath rising in puffs that fade before they reach the stars. Coyotes call from far off, not threats, just reminders that the night does not belong to you. Sadie leans forward, tosses a twig into the fire, watches it curl. They think I'm some kind of girl, she mutters, not to you exactly, but to the flames. Like I'm still wearing a dress I buried years ago. You look down, at her boots, at the way her fists close and open without thinking, at the way her knife rests beside her like an extra rib. The air doesn't pity her. It bends around her, like wind around a rock. You want to say something, maybe that she's stronger than anyone, that you admire her, but words feel like straw hats in a hurricane. Useless, too light, easily blown away. Instead, you listen. You let her burn. Sadie tells you, slowly, about the first time she picked up a gun, how her hands shook, but her eyes didn't. How the man on the other end didn't even get a chance to plead. How the blood surprised her, not in its presence, but in its silence. She speaks like she's reading it from a journal someone else wrote. No drama, no crescendo, just events that happened to someone shaped like her. You hear the fire more than you hear her. Each word slips into the crackle, becomes part of the rhythm. Somewhere, an owl shifts on a branch. Somewhere else, the wind gathers its skirts and rustles the leaves in a voice like Sadie's, tired, firm, endless. You tell her about your own rage, how it doesn't burn anymore, just smolders, how some mornings your cough is worse and you taste pennies in your throat, how you sometimes wake up with your hand clenched around your pistol and no memory of reaching for it. Sadie doesn't flinch. She listens, and when you're done, she tosses another twig into the flames. They all got it coming, she says. Every last one of them. But there's no joy in it, no triumph. Just the certainty of rain that's already falling. You sit like that for a long while, neither of you moving much. The fire settling deeper into its own bones. The night pressing in gently, like a blanket folded over your shoulders by someone who doesn't know how to say they care. At some point, you ask her what she wants. After vengeance, after blood, after the trail dries up and the fire dies down. She doesn't answer. She leans back, looks up at the stars and says, I don't think about after. That's where the pain is. You nod because you know. After is where the silence starts speaking. The night ages around you. The fire dims, but never quite dies. Sadie stands eventually, brushing ash from her coat. Her shadow dances against the trees like a memory with unfinished business. She doesn't say goodbye. She doesn't need to. You understand. You always have. She mounts her horse in one smooth motion, like the saddle was molded to her anger. She rides off without a backward glance. The wind follows her like a dog that's learned not to bark. You stay by the fire. Watch the embers pulse, slow and tired. In the silence she leaves behind, you feel something strange. Not peace, not forgiveness, but heat. Steady, stubborn, unwilling to die. And just before it fades, you hear it. The faint echo of hoofbeats growing distant, swallowed by trees that burn without flames. Sadie's fire is still burning, and you will carry it quietly until your own runs out. The mist hangs lower than it did yesterday, coiling like an animal that hasn't yet decided whether to pounce or slink away. It clings to the tops of the cypress knees, drapes over the stagnant pools of water that reflect no sky, and curls between the narrow planks that lead you back to Linde. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls. Not the clean, crisp clang of church iron, but a dull, rusted chime that sounds like it's being pulled from underwater. You don't know if it's real or memory, if it belongs to the swamp or to something that followed you into it. The wood under your feet is damp, groaning with every slow step. You've come to know the sounds this place makes. The groan of trees that remember fire, the whisper of water that never moves, the way the insects buzz in rhythm like a low chant. But today, there's a silence that has teeth. It doesn't just wait, it stalks. Even the frogs are quiet. Even the birds don't dare their usual commentary. You pass the broken crates someone meant to fix, but never did, and the chair no one sat in since Hosea last drank his coffee there. The fire pit is cold, not just from disuse, but from avoidance, the kind of cold that comes from grief. You step past it, boots sinking slightly into mud that no longer pretends to be solid. Every movement feels heavy, not just with water, but with what's about to come. The air tastes like something has already happened, and the world hasn't caught up yet. Inside, you find Dutch with his back turned, speaking low, words buried in gravel and conviction. Micah leans like he owns the wall, eyes scanning everything, especially you. Charles doesn't say anything. He never does when he knows something is wrong. You recognize the shape of the tension before anyone confirms it. The rigid shoulders, the held breaths, the absence of light in a place that used to hum with it. Linde is no longer refuge. It is a waiting room. The plan spills out in pieces, not from clarity, but desperation dressed up as leadership. Dutch paces. He gestures. He speaks of destiny and legacy as if those things are bricks you can shoot through. Micah nods too much. You listen, but not with your ears. You listen with the slow churn of your gut, the part of you that doesn't believe in glory anymore, only in gravity. And gravity is heavy here. You gather your guns, not because you want to use them, but because everyone else will. The world outside the shack is wet and waiting. The mist doesn't part for you. It slides along your coat, whispering old things you don't want to hear. The horses are quiet. Even the swamp knows. Then the first shot cracks like a knuckle snapping out of place. No build-up, no warning. Just violence, sudden and absolute. You move not because you want to, but because everything else does. Wood splinters, windows vanish. The air fills with the metallic sting of gunpowder and mud and panic. And over it all, that bell tolls again. Closer this time. Louder. Hungrier. You see Charles fall behind cover, returning fire like he's done this 1,000 times before, and 1,000 times too many. Dutch is yelling, but the words are for himself. Micah's gone before you even register the sound of his boots. Inside, someone screams, but it isn't fear. It's fury, raw and red. You crouch behind the crates that once held food, now reduced to jagged shields. Bullets whine past your ears like curses you almost deserve. Every time you move, the wood snaps beneath you, a reminder that nothing here was built to last. And then quiet again. Not peace, just the space between breaths. It doesn't last. The silence cracks again, this time not with bullets, but with boots pounding into wet earth, heavy and many. Reinforcements. Or maybe just more noise wearing new faces. You don't see uniforms. You don't need to. You feel it. The swell of bodies moving through swamp like a tide, each step bringing the echo of consequence. You can almost hear the swamp groaning beneath them, insulted at their presence. A body falls near you, face down in a puddle that reflects a sky you wish was darker. You don't know his name. You never will. His hat floats for a moment before sinking without ceremony, swallowed like everything else. You don't look again. Charles pulls you by the shoulder, says something you don't hear but feel all the same. His eyes are steady, like stones warmed by sun you don't deserve. He gestures toward the left flank, where smoke is blooming. Not from fire, not yet, but from spent shells and the friction of panic. You nod, you move, because moving is easier than thinking. The air inside your lungs tastes like iron and regret. Each breath rattles a little louder than the last. You tell yourself it's just the exertion. But there's a whistle now, faint and fluttering, every time you exhale. A wheeze that doesn't belong to effort. You press your palm to your chest once, quickly. No time for more. That bell tolls again. Dutch is shouting orders you already knew, commands that come too late, ideas that sound like apologies with a gun. He's trying to hold it all together with fury. But fury doesn't stop bullets. And Linde is coming apart like wet parchment. You duck into the shack again, where the walls are mostly still upright, and find Abigail crouched low, holding a rifle she shouldn't have to use. Her hands don't shake, but her eyes do. You touch her shoulder briefly, not for her sake. She's stronger than most, but to remind yourself that something here still breathes hope. Outside, the fighting has shifted. You feel it in your knees, your back, the tightness behind your teeth. A retreat, but not surrender. Just a redirection. The kind of change that always means someone has died. You step over a spent casing and realize you've stepped on the hem of Hosea's old coat, the one left hanging from the peg weeks ago. It's covered in soot now, trampled, forgotten. You wonder for a moment what he'd say. Then you wonder how many more ghosts this place will carry when it's empty again. The firing lessens, not stops, but changes pitch. The shots are more spaced now, more cautious. You know this part. The breath before the silence. The moment when both sides wonder if they've done enough damage to walk away, or if the next step is the one that ends them. You lean into the doorway and scan the tree line. The mist is lifting, slightly, just enough to show you outlines, shadows moving back, vanishing without grace. And then, truly, the quiet returns. Smoke clings to everything. It wraps around the porch beams like a shawl stitched from ash. Charles stands still in the clearing, his hands low, eyes up. A rifle hangs slack from his shoulder like a tired limb. Somewhere, Dutch is still pacing, chewing the inside of his cheek, trying to spin all this into a sermon. But the sermon has ended, and the flock is bleeding. You walk the length of the camp without purpose, without destination, just motion, the kind that keeps your legs warm and your chest from caving in. You pass the bedroll that was Lenny's, still neatly folded, still untouched, like someone thought he might come back and use it. The air here smells different. Burned wood, gunpowder, and a sweetness you can't place. Maybe honeysuckle, maybe memory. Someone's crying. You don't look. You don't want to assign a name to it. You just let the sound pass through you, like wind through torn canvas. Then, as if cued by something cosmic, the bell tolls again. Not close, not even necessarily real, but there, in the fog of your thoughts, in the marrow of the day. It rings once, long, low, final. The swamp, finally, is still again. Later, much later, the sky begins to clear, not with light, but with a deeper gray that suggests time still exists, even here. You sit by the water's edge with your knees bent, boots sunk slightly into the mud. The swamp gurgles quietly beside you, indifferent. Dragonflies drift like little ghosts above the surface, their wings catching the light in short, sharp glints. Everything is quieter than it ought to be. Even the insects seem reluctant to resume their buzzing chorus. Behind you, someone is patching a hole in the wall with a wet blanket. Someone else is whispering a prayer into a tin cup. The prayers don't have names anymore. They just float, vague and hopeful, into whatever sky is listening. You watch a piece of wood drift past, slow and aimless. You wonder how far it will go, whether it will reach the coast, whether it will reach the ocean, whether it will be mistaken someday for something that mattered. There's blood on your sleeve, dried now. You're not sure whose. You touch it absently, not trying to wipe it away, just acknowledging that it's there. A stain, like everything else. Dutch walks past you without a word. His boots suck at the mud and leave no real trail. He doesn't speak, and you don't ask. His eyes are glassy. Not sad, not furious. Just somewhere else. Someplace he hasn't taken the rest of you yet, but will. Eventually. You let your head fall back and stare up at the branches overhead. Cypress limbs dangle down like reaching fingers, weighted with moss, trembling just enough to remind you the wind hasn't stopped entirely. One drop of water falls onto your collarbone. Cold, heavy, out of place, like a mistake that keeps happening. When you finally stand, your legs feel wrong. Not weak, just unsure. Like they don't know what direction means anymore. You walk anyway, slowly, tracing the edge of camp like a dog searching for a scent that disappeared in the rain. There's no trail here, no lesson, just aftermath. You see Sadie by the remains of the fire, sleeves rolled up, sleeves that don't belong to her anymore. They're someone else's. She's scrubbing something, a pot maybe, or just the bottom of her fury. Her jaw is set in a way that makes you think she's not angry anymore. Not really. Just determined to carry something the rest of you won't. She doesn't look up. You don't interrupt her. Farther down, Pearson's trying to rebuild the kitchen shelves from broken crates. He mutters to himself, but his hands work with rhythm, as if rebuilding something, anything, might ward off collapse. The smell of old bacon grease clings to the air. It's almost comforting. Almost. A bird calls from the tree line. Not a songbird. Something deeper. Throaty. Unreadable. You pause to listen, and it calls again. A sound like rope tightening against bark. And then it's gone. Like everything else today. You think about how many times this camp has moved. How many places you've called home long enough to forget they were never meant to last. Lacay, for all its rot and mildew, had a strange peace to it. A stillness between the reeds. You wonder if it'll keep that now that it's broken, now that the smoke has seeped into the walls and the moss carries the names of the dead. Someone tries to play a tune on a harmonica. It's slow, halting, and full of mistakes. But it drifts anyway, and for a moment you close your eyes and let it fill the spaces the bullets left behind. You can't remember the last time the gang laughed together. Not real laughter. Not the kind that starts in the stomach and pushes up through the chest, like sunlight through clouds. That kind of laughter feels distant now. A luxury reserved for people who still believe in things. You walk past the graves. Not marked, just remembered. Small mounds of disturbed earth, each one holding a story no one will finish telling. You don't stop, but your shadow lingers over one a little longer than the others. You don't know if it's respect or guilt that slows your step. Maybe both. Charles is watching the trees, still, quiet. He's always quiet, but now he's something more. Something like stillness wrapped in breath. He nods once when your eyes meet. And it's enough. It always is. The sun begins to dip behind the trees, and for a moment, the whole swamp turns gold. Not bright, not loud, just softened. like memory, like the end of a sentence spoken under breath. You return to your spot by the water. The wood is gone. The blood remains. But the wind is different now. It smells of something clean. Not hope. Not yet. But the absence of fire, and that too is something. You sit, and somewhere faint and far a bell tolls one final time. Just once, slow and hollow. And the sound fades into the hush of moss, the hush of grief, the hush of things that have already happened and cannot be taken back. The mist rises again, and the chapter ends, not with a gunshot, not with a cry, but with that hush, settling like silt in the corners of your memory. Just silence now, and breath, and the waiting dark. The air after Linde is thick, not just with smoke and powder, but with a quiet that stretches too far in every direction. It is not peace. It is the sound of something emptied, the kind of hush that hangs after a church bell has stopped ringing, the kind that knows something sacred has been shattered, and something else, just as sacred, has been left behind. You don't remember how long you rode, only that the swamp gave way to trees, the trees to fields, the fields to fences you barely saw. Somewhere in the middle of it all, the bruises on your ribs began to pulse less with pain and more with memory. You don't look down at your hands because you already know what you'll see. They're not red. They're not blackened. They're just yours. And that, somehow, is worse. When you arrive, the camp is quieter than it should be. No songs, no fire popping with grease and laughter, just the creak of a chair being leaned back too far, and the soft scrape of cloth on wood as someone folds laundry that didn't belong to them yesterday. It's the kind of quiet where even the birds sound hesitant, as if unsure they should be singing at all. She's sitting on the edge of the supply wagon, her hands still, her back straighter than you've ever seen it. Not stiff, not guarded, just firm. Like someone who's decided something long before you arrived, and now she's just waiting for the weather to catch up to her resolve. Abigail doesn't look at you when you dismount. She doesn't need to. You stand there for too long. You know you should speak. You know the air needs words the way a wound needs pressure. But your throat is raw, not with sickness, but with silence. It's been too long since you said anything that wasn't an order, a threat, or a lie. When she finally turns to you, it isn't dramatic, just a tilt of her chin. Her face is older than it was yesterday, not by years, by knowing. There's a steadiness in her gaze that makes your spine feel like it's made of borrowed wood. Her eyes don't accuse you. They don't pity you. But they see you. Every shadow you carry, every moment you wish you could bury under new ones. You try to say her name, but it comes out like the last breath in a harmonica reed. So instead you nod, like that might be enough. It's not him I'm worried about, she says, and her voice doesn't tremble. It doesn't accuse. It's calm, like a storm that already passed and left the ground too soaked to walk on. It's you. You know what she means, even if you pretend not to. She's not asking about the plan. She's not asking about Dutch. She's asking whether there's anything of you left in you, whether the man who once held her boy on his knee still lives in the bones of this shadow standing in front of her. You shift your weight, not from discomfort, from guilt. The kind that doesn't burn but seeps, that settles into your joints like old weather. Jack is nearby. You hear him, not see him. His laugh is lighter than it used to be, less afraid. That, somehow, cuts deeper than a scream would have. You wonder how long that boy can stay untouched by the weight you carry like mud on your boots. You wonder how long before he starts looking at you the way his mother does, like someone she wants to believe in, but can't afford to. I ain't the man I was, you say, not to her, to the ground, to the grass, to the version of yourself that might still be clinging to the edges of your shadow. I know, she replies, and her eyes don't flinch. But he's watching, and he don't know the difference yet. You swallow hard, and it feels like swallowing ash. You nod again, because you don't have anything better. Because she's right, and you hate how much that matters. She stands, not quickly, not dramatically, just rises like someone who's decided to stop sitting in the wreckage and start walking away from it. She doesn't touch you, doesn't speak again. But as she walks past, you feel it, the shift, the weight of her expectation sliding from her shoulders onto yours. Not blame, not anger, just the burden of hope, the soft, aching kind that you don't deserve, but might still try to carry anyway. You sit where she sat. The wood is still warm. The camp continues around you. Distant voices, the rustle of canvas, the snap of a tarp being tied down before the wind shifts. You look at your hands again, and they're still yours. But maybe, just maybe, they can be something more. The sky darkens slowly, like someone drawing a curtain between hours. You don't light a fire. You don't move. You just breathe, slow and shallow, like someone afraid to disturb the air. And all the while, you feel it. Those eyes. Her eyes. Still seeing through you. Still waiting. Not for a miracle. Just for a man to remember who he used to be. You don't promise anything. But when the night deepens, and the wind begins to hum against the edge of the canvas like a whisper trying to return home, you find yourself whispering back. Not words, not names, just breath, just presence, just the beginning of trying. And somewhere nearby, a kettle begins to sing, low and hollow. A sound that says the water isn't boiling yet, but it's close. The steam from the kettle has long since stopped its gentle hum, but the echo of it lingers like a thread of warmth you didn't realize you needed. The fire is only embers now, soft orange eyes watching the dark from beneath their ash blanket. Somewhere beyond the wagons, the trees rustle low, not with wind, but with memory. This part of the world does not forget. It carries everything in the hush between bird calls and in the distant murmur of rivers too tired to rage. You don't look for Charles. You never have to. He appears the way the earth does. Simply there, steady and quiet, like something too rooted to doubt itself. You notice him in the same way you notice warmth returning to your fingers after cold. Slow, natural, earned. He doesn't ask why you're still sitting here. He doesn't ask about Abigail. He doesn't say anything at all. And that somehow is the kindness. He moves around camp like a whisper that never interrupts the breath of things. The others glance up when he passes, not out of fear, not even out of respect, but like plants turning toward a sun that isn't trying to be seen. He wears his strength like a worn coat, useful, unobtrusive, comforting in its familiarity. You've seen him fight, you've seen him kill, and still, the loudest thing about him is his absence when he's gone. Tonight, he stops by the edge of the supply tent. The leather satchel over his shoulder sags with herbs, feathers, maybe bullets, maybe bones. It doesn't matter. He sets it down gently, like it contains something still breathing. You almost speak, not because you have something to say, but because silence this heavy demands shape. But before you can gather words into form, he lifts a hand, just slightly, just enough to let you know. This is the right quiet. So instead, you follow. The forest doesn't begin. It just happens. One moment you're in camp, the next you're inside a cathedral of bark and moss, the world narrowed to soft soil and the slow pulse of frogs somewhere unseen. Charles moves like he knows where every root lies buried. Not because he memorized the path, but because the land tells him. His shoulders don't tense. His breath doesn't shift. He simply listens. Not for danger, for rhythm. You try to walk like he does. You fail. Every footfall feels like an apology. Eventually he stops. There's no ceremony to it. He kneels in a clearing barely wide enough for the stars to look through. He doesn't say what he's doing. You don't ask. There's something in his posture that makes it clear this isn't a moment for understanding. It's a moment for witnessing. He reaches into the earth with a knife the length of your forearm. Not quick, not forceful, just steady. The soil parts, like it knows him. His fingers move with the precision of someone who has spent entire lives undoing what others have broken. You realize slowly that he is not hunting. He is not trapping. He is tending. The hole becomes a hollow, the hollow a cradle. From the satchel, he pulls bundles of dried roots, strips of cloth, carved stones. A ritual, but not for gods, for memory. You sit down across from him. The ground is damp but not cold. The moss here is soft, even forgiving. You watch his hands. You listen to the silence they move through. You begin to understand. He doesn't speak because the world already does, because everything that needs saying is already woven into bark and breath and the sound of wings brushing against leaves in the dark. Eventually he glances up at you, not sharply, not with question, just to see if you're still here. You are. He says your name like it's a part of the wind, low, honest, without expectation. You nod. Then, without raising his voice, he says, "You're carrying too much." You want to deny it. Not because it isn't true, but because you don't know what it means to be any other way. He tilts his head, listening again, not to you, but to the night. Then slowly, "You don't have to speak to be heard." There is no sermon in his tone, no pity, just the weight of a truth that has spent years being carved into him by time, loss, love, and something older than language. You breathe in. The air tastes like pine, smoke, and the edge of something clean, not fresh, just honest. Charles reaches into the soil again, presses something small and flat beneath the roots he's laid down. A stone? A coin? A piece of someone? You don't ask. You don't need to. Whatever it is, it belongs here now. The fireflies gather slowly. First one, then 4, then dozens. They move through the clearing like sparks loosed from the stories people used to tell around fires that never needed fuel. Charles doesn't look at them. He doesn't need to. He finishes burying the bundle, his hands never rushing, never pausing. When it's done, he presses his palm to the mound and breathes out, not a prayer, not a farewell, just breath, a returning. Then he looks at you again, and for the first time, he speaks not to guide you, not to warn, but to offer something small and sacred. You can be quiet, he says, and still be good. The words land like rain after drought, not dramatic, not showy, but necessary. You don't answer. Instead, you close your eyes, just for a moment, just long enough to let the silence have you. When you open them again, the stars are lower. The fireflies are gone. And Charles is standing, the satchel slung over his shoulder once more, a little lighter, a little quieter. He doesn't say goodbye. You don't either. You walk back in silence, together. The kind of silence that holds things, keeps them, heals them. And when the trees finally break and the canvas tents of the camp come into view again, you feel it. The ache in your chest loosening, not disappearing, just shifting, just enough. Charles keeps walking, past the fire, past the sleeping forms curled beneath wool and regret. He disappears into the dark like something that was never quite meant to be caught in the light. You sit by the dying embers, and for the first time in what feels like years, you do not speak. You do not reach for a gun, or a bottle, or a lie. You just breathe. And the silence breathes with you. The silence left behind by Charles is not empty. It is weight, not void. It presses softly against your chest, not to hurt you, but to remind you that something has been placed there, something meant to stay. It carries with it the breath of pine and soil and something older than both, a kind of forgiveness that doesn't speak its name. You carry it now, as you return to camp, as you watch the dim flicker of firelight curl around the shape of a man who doesn't know what to do with the space you once filled. He sits slightly hunched, arms draped over his knees, hat low, face drawn not with age, but with guilt given too long a place to grow. John. He's not asleep, but he's not awake either. Caught in that thin place between the man he tries to be and the man he was told he already failed to become. He doesn't hear you approach, not because your steps are soft, but because his thoughts are louder than any sound you could make. You don't call out. You sit, and the world doesn't shift, doesn't pause, doesn't acknowledge either of you. It simply continues, cicadas grinding their eternal lullaby into the trees, wind brushing soft fingers through the canvas flaps of tents, a pot boiling faintly over low flame somewhere in the dark. John breathes, and you hear it catch, just for a moment, like something inside him stumbled. Then, after a long while, he speaks. Not to you, not really. Don't think I ever did anything right. It isn't a confession. It's not even regret. It's just breath, shaped into something that's been carried too long. You stay quiet. You've learned the value of silence, and how it wraps around another person like a coat that doesn't ask for thanks. He shifts, slightly, but doesn't lift his head. Abigail deserves more than me, he mutters. Jack. Hell, he probably don't even know who I am half the time. You listen, not just with your ears, but with your body. You feel the way the words sag toward the ground, heavy with years he doesn't know how to name. You hear the ache in the space between them. A man trying to rewrite something with hands too callous to hold a pen. I keep trying, he adds, almost too low to hear, and I keep messing it all up. The fire crackles somewhere behind you. A pan hisses. A horse snorts in its sleep. And through it all, John breathes, slow and ragged, like someone trying to climb out of their own chest. Eventually, he lifts his head. Just slightly. His eyes are tired, red at the edges. But there's something else behind them too. Something that hasn't quite given up yet. He looks at you, and the silence between you bends. I don't know how to change, he says, but I want to. I really do. You nod. It's the only thing you can offer that doesn't break the quiet, and it's enough. The next morning doesn't begin. It simply arrives. Gray, soft, unannounced. Mist clings to the treetops like old secrets, and the dirt beneath your boots feels heavier than usual, as if the land itself is still trying to decide whether it wants to rise again. John is already moving by the time you stand. He's packing his things with a kind of focus that doesn't come from clarity, but from the desperate need to keep going. His hands tremble slightly when he ties off the bedroll. You pretend not to notice. He catches your eye for a moment. Thought I'd go look for work, he says, almost sheepishly. Try something. Normal. The word feels strange in the air, like a coat borrowed from someone else's wardrobe. It doesn't fit him yet, but he's trying it on anyway. Build something, he adds. Maybe make up for some things. You nod again, not because you believe it will be easy or quick or even possible, but because people need space to try. And John, more than anyone, needs a chance. You ride with him to the edge of the hills. The sky above yawns open with streaks of pale gold, a sun too tired to shine fully yet. The trees are thinner here. The air carries the faint scent of water and cattle, and the soft musk of sweat worn into saddle leather. Neither of you speaks much. There isn't anything to say that isn't already vibrating in the space between hoofbeats. Just the rhythmic creak of tack, the occasional sigh from your mount, the distant call of birds waking slowly to another day. John's posture shifts as you go. Not taller, not prouder, but steadier, like someone trying to walk across ice without looking down. There's a new kind of silence in him now. Not the silence of shame or hiding, but the silence of a man listening to what his own hands might be capable of if they weren't always curled into fists. He points to a patch of land by a creek. "Figure I might build something there," he says. "A cabin. A place for Jack to grow up with walls that don't echo with running." You nod again, though your throat tightens a little. The idea of peace always sounds beautiful, but it always costs more than people realize. John dismounts, walks across the soft grass, kneels down, and runs a hand through the soil like it might answer back. He stays there a while, breathing in the scent of river silt and broken roots and possibility. You watch him, this man who once spoke with gunpowder and fear, this man who bled alongside monsters and saints, this man who still carries the ghost of another's expectations in the slump of his shoulders. You watch him and you see it. Not the man he is, not the man he was told to be, but the man he is quietly trying to become. A man who needs a chance. Later, when you return to camp alone, the sky has darkened again. Rain threatens in the distance, whispering low across the valley like the voice of a god who's forgotten how to shout. You sit by the fire. The others are scattered, sleeping, smoking, arguing softly about something too small to matter. You think about John. You think about the way he looked at the land. You think about the sound of his voice, quiet and trembling, but steady in its wanting. You think about the way redemption doesn't come in a moment. It comes in thousands of small, tired choices. You sit by the fire and let the smoke curl around your fingers. Somewhere out there, John is hammering the first nail into something that might become a home. And though the wood may splinter, and the roof may leak, and the world may never stop reminding him who he used to be, he's still out there, trying. And for now, that's enough. The fire pops, the rain arrives, soft and thin, and the air smells like pine and damp soil and something faintly warm beneath it all. You breathe in and let it linger. The rain that fell on John's land hasn't quite stopped by the time you reach the ridge. It lingers now, not as water, but as weight. A dampness in the air that feels less like weather and more like memory trying to cling to your clothes. The soil is soft beneath your boots, not in welcome but in warning, as if the earth itself remembers who tread this path before you. There's something in the wind tonight, not cold, not sharp, just pointed. The way a knife can rest on a table and still command the room. You follow the trail slowly, each step deliberate, not because you're unsure of the direction, but because something in you already knows what's waiting. It's not fear that slows your pace. It's recognition. The scent of old betrayal in the pine, the faint metallic taste of violence long since buried, but never fully decayed. You remember this way. The turns, the stones, the crooked tree that looks like it's been reaching for help for decades. You've passed it before, in a different skin, with a different heart. And somewhere in that heart, a shadow had already begun to stretch. Micah. His name isn't spoken here, not aloud. It hangs in the spaces between birdsong and breath, curls in the bends of branches, clings to the underside of leaves. It is not a presence, not exactly. It is something subtler, crueler, a suggestion, the feeling that someone has already decided your end and is simply waiting for you to discover it. The path narrows. The trees lean in, not close enough to touch you, but enough to make you feel smaller than you should. You keep walking, not because you want to, but because the only way out now is through. Somewhere behind the cloud-thick sky, the moon exists, but it offers no comfort. Only a vague shimmer behind wet canvas, the light of something far away and unwilling to interfere. You hear something faint to your left, a crack of brush, not loud, not rushed, just deliberate. You stop, listen, but the sound does not return. Instead, you hear your own breath, louder than it ought to be, the shifting of your coat, the quiet squelch of boot against mud. The land is too quiet, not still, just watchful. The shadow thickens. Micah isn't here, but he's close. Not in body, but in the echo he's left behind. The way dogs remember beatings, the way children flinch at doors. His presence was never about proximity. It was always about suggestion, a grin in the dark, a whisper on the wrong side of a promise. A man like that doesn't haunt with footsteps. He haunts with doubt. You pass an old stump, gray, weathered, carved with marks you don't want to interpret. The bark is peeling. Something lives beneath it. You don't stop to check. Somewhere to the north, a crow calls once, then falls silent. It doesn't matter whether it was startled or warning you. Either way, it's gone. You remember a camp. Not far now. A place once wrapped in firelight and the illusion of brotherhood. It's empty now, burned out, or maybe just abandoned. You find it more by instinct than memory. The ground is churned with the ghosts of arguments. The stones of the fire pit are blackened. Not fresh, just forgotten. And there, beside the largest rock, something glints. A button, not gold, not silver, just worn brass. Familiar. Micah wore a coat with buttons like that. You do not touch it. The moment stretches like leather pulled too tight. The forest feels closer, not smaller, but pressing in, the way an audience might lean forward just before the punchline. But this joke has no laughter, only the sick weight of inevitability. You sit, finally, on a stone, or maybe just a dry patch of moss that reminds you of childhood winters. You don't rest. You pause. And in that pause, you hear him. Not his voice, not exactly, just the shape of it. That smug, sliding drawl. That tone built from the bones of bullies. That way of speaking that made everything sound like a dare, even kindness. You hear it as if from a memory too buried to be yours. Something left behind in another man's skin. Micah. He wasn't a man so much as a mirror. He reflected the worst in those around him and made them believe it was strength. He smiled while others bled. He laughed when kindness stumbled. And worst of all, he believed he was right. Not righteous, just right. In the way a disease believes it belongs in the body. You close your eyes, and suddenly the forest changes. The shadows don't lengthen. They lean. The wind doesn't howl. It hushes, and you see it. Not Micah, but his shadow. It drags across the camp, not with footsteps, but with suggestion. A flicker between trees, a wrongness in the way a branch bends, the impression of something crouching just behind your shoulder, smiling. You do not turn. The moment lengthens. The silence wraps tighter. You remember the sound of Micah's gun, the way he cleaned it too often, the way he bragged about it like it was part of his body. You remember the glint in his eye when someone else stumbled, the way he smiled after someone else had done the killing, how he watched Arthur, how he watched Dutch, and how he never stopped watching. You stand. Not because the shadow moves, but because it doesn't need to. You walk away from the camp, back into the woods. The trees do not open for you. They simply make room. Each step forward feels like shedding something. A weight, a doubt, a whisper that never belonged to you in the first place. Micah's shadow does not follow, because it never needed to. It lives in the cracks, in the silences between good intentions, in the spaces where trust stumbles. It doesn't need a body. It never did. You walk until the air feels cleaner. Not clean, just yours again. The stars begin to press through the clouds like shy memories. The scent of pine returns, without blood, without fear. You stop near a small stream. Let the water run across your hands. Cold, fast, honest. And for a moment, the world forgets his name. The trees sway, the water sings, and the shadow stays behind, for now. And the night drifts on, quiet, unreadable, and flickering with the last glint of brass against a stone. The sky doesn't darken so much as it folds, gently, like worn fabric drawn across a weary landscape. Somewhere behind you, voices are still speaking in the language of anger and betrayal, but they are far now, dulled by the wind, thinned by the cold. What remains is your breath, and the way it breaks in the air before you, ragged and visible. There is no need to count time anymore. Every second has slowed, swollen with meaning, heavy as dusk. The trail before you is not straight. It winds through the hills like a question that never found its answer. Your horse feels it too. Every step is deliberate, cautious. You can feel the muscles move beneath the saddle, the quiet strain, the gentleness of hooves pressing into soft earth. There's no rush anymore, not really. And even if there were, you know your body wouldn't follow. The fever sits in your chest like a fading fire, all smoke and memory now. Each breath you take scratches your throat like it's been dragged across gravel. You don't cough anymore. Coughing takes energy, and the energy has already been spent, somewhere back along the riverbank, or maybe in the cave, or maybe in the years before that. You aren't sure anymore when you last felt whole, only that you're past the point where it matters. The land stretches out before you, a mixture of pine and frost in the slow morning of sunlight. Trees lean like old men, silent and bent. You ride through them quietly, not disturbing a single leaf. There is a peace to it, but it is the kind of peace that only exists at the edge of endings. You have known this kind of silence before, in the hours after battle, in the stillness of camps long gone to sleep, in the way Dutch used to sit when he was dreaming too loudly to listen. You pass a creek, the water moving slow, sluggish from the cold. A deer watches you from the edge, its breath visible too, its body tense. It doesn't run. Maybe it knows. Maybe animals can smell the dying in a man. You do not meet its eyes. You do not want to see your own reflection in something so alive. The trail narrows, hugging the edge of the cliff now. Your horse steadies itself, its ears flicking at the wind. Below, the land drops into shadows and forgotten things. You remember the first time you looked out over these hills, young, strong, invincible. Dutch was beside you, and the world felt conquerable. It is strange now how small the world seems when you are leaving it. Not cruel, not kind, just small, contained, understandable, in the way only final things are. Your hands shake on the reins, not from fear, not even from cold, just because. Because that's what hands do when they've held too much. Guns, ropes, men, promises. They remember what you try to forget. The light begins to shift, not dramatically, not suddenly, just dimmer. More gold than fire now, more old than warm. You think vaguely about the others, about Hosea and the way he used to make coffee too strong, about Lenny's laugh, about Abigail's worry, which always sat behind her eyes like a storm too proud to cry, about John and Jack, and whether they'll remember you for who you were or who you tried to be at the end. The wind picks up. It doesn't bite. It brushes, like fingers over your cheek, like a goodbye no one was brave enough to say. You guide the horse off the trail, not far, just to a ridge you once slept beneath in better seasons. There are scratch marks on the bark of the nearest tree, reminders that even the quietest places remember being wild. You dismount slowly. Everything is slow now. You pat the horse gently. It doesn't flinch. It breathes with you. You sit, not like a man collapsing, like a man settling. The rock beneath you is cold, but steady. The view is everything it has always been. Hills, trees, sky. The idea of a horizon. You pull your coat closer, not because you believe it will help, but because it's something to do. The sun is lower now, so low it can only rise again. Somewhere, far behind, you think you hear voices again. Dutch, maybe. Micah. Or maybe just wind curling through the bones of trees. You don't turn to look. Whatever is coming will come, and you are already on the other side of it. You think of Mary. You think of the letter. You think of what might have been if things had been quieter, if the world hadn't needed so much violence to spin. There is no anger in it, just the slow ache of what is lost by being born into the wrong kind of life. You wonder, briefly, what she's doing now, whether she still plays piano, whether she ever thinks of the man who used to write her letters and didn't know how to spell forgiveness. Your breath rattles again. You cough once. It echoes. Then nothing. The sun hits the edge of the world. For a moment, everything is gold. Your hands rest on your knees. Your eyes blink slowly. The light catches the edge of your boot, the shine of your belt buckle, the faded corner of the journal you never finished. Your horse shifts its weight beside you. Its ears twitch, but it stays. And then with a softness you didn't expect, the wind stills. A bird calls once, far off. Then the sound fades. Then the color. Then the weight. Then everything. And the sky, bruised and worn, folds closed, like a breath drawn in, then gently let go. The wind has not changed, not really. But it carries less now, as though something has fallen from it. A voice that no longer speaks. A name no longer whispered in the trees. You're not sure how long you've been standing here. The ground beneath your boots is dry, dust feathering over stone like the skin of something sleeping. Nothing marks the time. There's only the ache behind your ribs and the way the sky has forgotten to move. The cliff stretches out before you like a thought you cannot finish. Wide, still, too still. The kind of stillness that presses in around the edges of things. Not silence exactly. The wind still rustles the pines, still sighs over the rocks. But absence. Like a place waiting for something it knows will never return. You don't look down. You've already done that. The drop is steep, cruel in its beauty. The rocks below jagged and ancient, shaped by water and time and the weight of watching too many men fall apart. You've seen enough falls. This one doesn't need to be remembered that way. Your hands are in your coat pockets. They don't need to be. The air isn't cold. But they stay there, heavy, idle, like they've forgotten what work is left to do. The hat lies on the stone a few feet away, alone, like it wandered here without its owner and simply sat down to rest. It hasn't blown off, though the wind has tried. It sits heavy with memory, not weight. You can feel it from here, not just the shape of it, but everything inside it. Dust from the trail, rain from some storm that passed over New Hanover long ago, the faintest trace of tobacco, and blood, though not enough to be loud, just enough to be remembered. You don't reach for it, not yet. Somewhere behind you, the trees sway. They creak like old wood, like ribs settling. You imagine briefly what it would be like to lie down right here and let the sky carry you off the way it carried him. Not upward, not away, just on. Past the ridges, past the snow, past the places where guns spoke and people stopped listening. There's a peace to that, the kind that doesn't ask permission. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to rest. The way a man rests when there's nothing more to build and nothing more to run from. There's no marker, no stone, no cross, just the shape of a man shaped by everything he lost and everything he almost became. You think of his voice, not the words, but the way they used to sound when no one else was around. Softer than you'd expect, tired, but not unkind. You think of how he used to look at the stars, not like someone searching for something, like someone listening for something. The hat shifts slightly in the breeze, a corner lifting, then settling again. It waits. You take a step forward, slow. The gravel shifts beneath your heel. The sound is too loud, too sharp against all this quiet. You stop again. A bird cries far off, one of those long, low calls that echoes across canyons and makes you feel like you've forgotten something important. It fades quickly, swallowed by the wind. You wish it hadn't. You kneel, finally. Not like a prayer, like a goodbye that has no words. Your fingers brush the brim. It's warm from the sun. Or maybe it just remembers being worn. You don't lift it. You only touch it. That's enough. The air smells like pine and dust and something faintly metallic, like a memory rusting at the edges. You imagine him standing here once, before it all ended. You imagine the sound of his boots on this same stone, the way he would have looked out at the horizon, squinting slightly, shoulders low, not from weakness, but from everything he carried. You wonder what he saw. Maybe he saw the world as it was, or maybe, just for a moment, he saw it as it could have been. You sit then, beside the hat, not touching it now, just near. The sun is beginning to drop behind the hills, and the sky is turning that strange color it only wears when it's mourning quietly, not weeping, just remembering. You think of the campfires, the songs, the food that was never quite hot enough, and the jokes that were never quite funny enough, and the way everyone always pretended, just for a little while, that things weren't falling apart. You think of Dutch's voice when it still held conviction, of Hosea's hands turning a page, of the quiet before the heists, the dread after, the long rides with nothing but hoofbeats and breath to keep time. You think of the sickness, the blood on the handkerchief, the way he never talked about it, just pushed on, always pushing, always trying to make something good out of something broken. The wind shifts again, stronger this time. It tugs at your coat, at your hair, at the hat. You place a rock gently on the brim, not to trap it, just to let it know someone was here. You don't say his name. You don't have to. The world knows. The wind knows. The hat knows. You stand slowly. Your knees ache in that way that says more about time than injury. The sun is half gone now, the horizon burning low and red, like an ember at the bottom of a fire you thought had died. You take one last look, not because you need to, just because it feels right. The kind of look you give when you're leaving a place that gave you something you didn't realize you needed. A place that will never know what it gave. And then you turn. Your footsteps don't echo. They sink. The trees take you in again. Their shadows longer now, their trunks dark against the fading sky. The hat stays behind, waiting, watching, remembering, and somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of hooves begins. Not loud, not fast, just steady, like someone riding home, like someone finally done running, like the wind shifting directions, but only just. The air is different here. Not cleaner, not brighter, just quieter in a way that wraps around the ribs like something earned. The kind of quiet that isn't the absence of sound, but the absence of running. A stillness with weight. And you, standing in it, boots pressed into the soft dust of your own making, feel like something has begun, though no one said it out loud. The cabin stands half-born behind you. Timber stacked like a memory trying to become real. Boards uneven. Nails bent. But it holds shape now. It holds warmth. And when the wind comes through, it creaks like an old man settling into a chair. Not complaining, just remembering. Your hands ache. The fingers especially. Split in places. Joints swollen. Palms roughened until they barely feel like skin anymore. You press them together once, just to remember what touch feels like when it's not wrapped around a hammer or a rope or a memory that won't let go. The pain is soft, familiar, almost good, almost. Abigail's voice drifts through the open window, low, humming, something wordless, not a song exactly, but something close, something that holds the baby in its rhythm. You can't see them from where you stand, but you don't need to. The sound is enough. It rests against your chest like the weight of a sleeping child. Gentle, real, heavy in the right ways. You turn back to the field, or what will be a field, Right now, it's a mess of brush and stubborn roots, of stones that don't know how to stay buried. The shovel is where you left it, half stuck in the dirt. You pull it free with a grunt that doesn't belong to youth anymore. And then you begin again. Each scoop of earth is a kind of prayer, not to God, not to anyone in particular, just to the notion of after, of something else. You dig not for treasure, not for graves, but for space, for ground that might someday hold beans or potatoes or hope. The sweat runs slow down your spine, warm and sour. It gathers in your shirt. It doesn't matter. You're not trying to look clean anymore. The sun rides high, then lower. The light bends around the frame of the porch like it's trying to watch you work. A breeze kicks up dust, and you pause, leaning on the shovel, hat pulled low. The air tastes like cedar and sawdust and the edge of fatigue. You roll your shoulders. They crack like old wood. Somewhere down the road, a crow caws, sharp and too loud in the quiet. The horse shifts in the stable, a clink of tack, a distant rustle of feed. Life, in its small and persistent forms, keeps moving even when you stop. Later, you carry lumber again, one beam at a time. The boards press into your shoulder, rough against skin already rubbed raw. You lay them down along the south wall. The nails go in straighter now. Your swing is steadier, less angry, more rhythm than force. You start to understand the language of hammers, how they don't ask for violence, just honesty. The cabin grows slowly, window by window, rafter by rafter. It doesn't become something all at once. It becomes in hours that blur together, in splinters and mismeasurements, in laughter that you didn't expect to come from your mouth. You hear her smile sometimes, even when you're outside, even when you're not sure you deserve it. The nights are the hardest, not because they're cruel, but because they're kind in a way you haven't learned how to hold. The fire glows warm inside. You sit with your back to the door, boots off, feet sore, eyes heavy. The smell of stew lingers in the air. Not good stew, just edible. But it means something now, the kind of meaning that fills more than your stomach. Abigail talks about the baby's first words. You nod, and something inside you aches with a softness you didn't know was left. You stare into the fire, and the crackling feels like company. The dog snores. Somewhere outside, an owl calls. You close your eyes, just for a minute. Dreams come strange these days. They're not about shootouts or gold or past regrets. They're about fences, about quiet, about walking to the barn and back without thinking about who might be watching. Sometimes they're about him, Arthur, but not like before. Not in blood or smoke, just sitting. Maybe by the river, maybe not saying anything at all, just there. You wake with the fire low and the blanket slipping off your shoulders. She's already up, rocking the baby. Humming again. You don't say anything. You just stand and stretch and let the morning creak into your bones. Then you go back out. The field is a little clearer. The fence half finished. You run your hand along the top rail, testing for splinters. You find one. It digs in under the skin. You leave it there. You think about crops, about weather, about the price of nails and the way time moves differently when you're building something instead of breaking it. There's a rhythm to this life. Not easy, not clean, but honest. And in the quiet, you start to feel it settling into you. Sometimes Sadie rides by. She doesn't stay long, just long enough to check you're still breathing. She makes a joke. You both laugh. Then she's gone again, a wind in boots and gunmetal. Sometimes you hear the train far off, a long, distant howl across the hills. It doesn't call you the way it used to. You don't dream of leaving. You dream of fences finished, of chicken's fat, of a child running across grass that you planted. You dig, you hammer, you curse at crooked boards, you breathe, and slowly, the farm begins to believe you're serious. It stops resisting, starts holding weight. The porch creaks under your step. You sit. The baby cries, then quiets. Abigail hums something old. The clouds drift in lazy loops above the hills, and you, rough-handed and sore-backed, sit in the middle of it all like a man who almost wasn't here, like someone who made it back from something no one comes back from. You shift your shoulders, roll your neck, let the silence stretch out. The sky darkens. The crickets begin, and in the distance the world does not end. It just pauses, long enough for the stars to blink once, then breathe. The morning light filters through the boards like it's forgotten how to shine properly. It doesn't spill or stretch, just hesitates. A pale hush, caught in the dust, hanging midair. The fire from last night is only memory now, curled in the grate like the ghost of something once warm. You're sitting at the edge of the table, elbows on worn wood, hands calloused and cracked, holding a letter that feels heavier than paper should. It doesn't tremble in your grip, but you do. Just enough that the corner flutters like breath. It's folded neatly. The creases are exact, like someone took their time. The name on the outside is your own, written in a hand you knew too well to mistake. It's not the name you used to go by, not the one that haunted wanted posters or the inside of saloons. It's the one that came later, quieter, older, wrapped in dust and guilt and soft apologies. And somehow it makes this moment ache more, as if he knew you'd come to this, as if he knew you'd live long enough to read it. You don't open it right away. Outside, the wind nudges the porch boards. The screen door creaks like a forgotten violin, and somewhere far off, a rooster argues with the silence. You could lose yourself in that soundscape, in the nothingness of rural time, where days drag slow and memories ride alongside you like tired companions. But the letter is still in your hand, and it hasn't disappeared, no matter how long you wait. You unfold it slowly. The paper is thick, fibrous, almost soft with age. The ink is faded, like it was poured from a memory instead of a bottle. And when the words appear, when they settle into the space between breaths, they don't shout. They murmur. John, if you're reading this, then I guess I didn't make it. That first line doesn't hurt. It hollows. It takes something out of you, not like a knife, but like a sunset. Slow, inevitable, irreversible. You read it again, even though the words didn't change. They just feel different the second time, like maybe the ghost behind them is watching. I hope I was able to help you find peace. I tried. I really did. I know I wasn't always the best man, or even a good one, but I wanted better for you, for Abigail, for Jack. That's what I was trying to do at the end. There's no sound in the room now, no creaks, no birds, just the paper, just your breath, just the past crawling gently across your ribs. You can almost hear his voice, not clearly, not like a memory, not like a dream, more like the tone behind it, the weight of it. That old rasp worn down by wind and smoke, by bullets and coughing fits, by a life spent riding toward the horizon and never quite catching it. It doesn't come with a face, just the feeling of one. You keep reading. I made mistakes, John. So many. And I left you to clean up after more than I should have. But I saw something in you that reminded me of what I used to believe in, not in the world. That was long gone, but in people, in the chance that maybe we could be better than what made us. The letter crinkles as your hand tightens. It's not anger. It's not grief. It's something softer and more dangerous. That kind of sorrow that wraps around your throat and settles there, content to wait. You glance at the hearth. The coals are cold now, just as well. The letter continues. Don't waste what we fought for. Build something. Be someone. Let Jack grow up knowing what it means to have a father who stayed. Not ran, not rode off into the smoke. Stayed. You shift your boots on the floorboards. The rhythm of his words matches something in you. Something tired but stubborn, like an old wagon wheel still turning after the trails run out. You remember the grave. You remember the mountain. You remember the blood and the frost and the way the wind carried no sound except goodbye. Arthur didn't ask for much in life, and in death he asks for even less. But this is all of him, folded in parchment, inked in memory, offered in silence. You feel it now, the weight of it settling, not like a burden, more like a coat you've already been wearing, only now you notice it. The seams stitched with regret, the collar high with purpose. You read the last line slowly, because you know there aren't more. There's a rhythm to endings. You feel it in the air, in the tension just before a door swings shut. Don't be like me, John. Be better. And if you ever find yourself wondering if it was all worth it, just look at them. You'll know there's no signature, no farewell, just white space, like breath held too long and then forgotten. You fold the letter back along the creases. Somehow they still fit, like they were waiting for you to trace them. You slide it into your coat pocket, not to lose it, but to carry it. Not just the words, but the man behind them, the trail behind them. The wind stirs again. The screen door clicks once, then sways open an inch. You don't close it. Let it breathe. Outside, the sky is a pale blue that doesn't quite feel real. Not yet. The kind of sky that follows rain and waits to see who survived. The world didn't stop for Arthur Morgan, but it shifted, just a little. You step outside. The porch groans beneath you like an old friend waking up. Chickens cluck from somewhere off to the left. The horse in the paddock flicks its tail like it knows you're thinking of leaving. You aren't. Not yet. You sit on the top step, elbows on your knees, eyes on the nothing between you and the hills. Somewhere in that space, there's a grave. And above it, a hat. Or maybe not. Maybe it's already gone, taken by the wind, or left behind on purpose. Doesn't matter. You still see it when you close your eyes. The farm is quiet. Abigail's inside, humming something too faint to catch. Jack's voice rises once, then falls. A dog barks and then thinks better of it. You sit there with all of it. The letter, the quiet, the echo of a man who never got to finish becoming one. And for a long moment, you don't move. You just listen to the day beginning. And somewhere beneath the soft rustle of grass and the far-off cry of a hawk circling nothing, you swear you can still hear it. Hoofbeats fading, slow and steady, as if someone is riding away not from something, but toward it. Not fast, just finally, and the breeze that brushes your shoulder feels like a nod. The letter remains in your pocket, but its echo has settled deeper than the paper ever could. The words are done with you, but you are not done with them. They live now in your gait, in the way you hold the reins, in the silence between your heartbeats. It's still morning, but the sun feels thin, like it isn't sure it belongs here, casting light on something that should have stayed in shadow. You mount your horse, not like a man beginning something, but like a man finishing what someone else already started. The land stretches before you in pale, brittle tones. Grass too stubborn to die, trees too tired to bloom. It's the kind of morning that forgets to warm up. Somewhere behind you, the cabin exhales. Wood groaning, chickens stirring, Abigail's presence retreating into the hush of daily routine. You don't turn back, not out of certainty, but because turning back has already cost too much. The road narrows, becomes less a road, more a memory of one. Hoofbeats thud like the slow pulse of purpose, not fast, not eager, just steady. Trees begin to lean in, shedding leaves that barely hold color. Autumn, almost winter. The in-between, the place where endings root themselves, and then the mountain begins. It doesn't announce itself. It just rises. The way regret rises. The way old ghosts stand when they hear your name whispered in the cold. The air shifts. You pull your collar tighter. not for warmth, but for armor. The climb is slow, not because of the incline, but because of everything that's come before. You ride through it like a man pulling memory behind him, its weight dragging through the snow. The frost thickens. Snow appears in patches at first, timid and crusted, then thicker, then whole. You begin to see the world in whites and grays. No more green, no more life, just the sound of wind threading through pine, and your own breath turning visible, fragile, like you might vanish if you exhale too deeply. Every footfall crunches. The mountain doesn't care. It never has. It remembers Arthur, though, not his name, but his weight, his choices. The snow here has held too many bodies, buried too many sins. You feel them under you, under the ice, under the silence. You dismount when the trail narrows too much for anything but walking. Your boots press deep, and the sound is muffled. Not quiet, but swallowed. You hear the echo of a rifle strap brushing leather, the shifting of metal in your coat, cold against your side. The kind of cold that bites not to wound, but to remind you it's still there. You're not hurrying. You couldn't if you tried. Revenge is not a race. It's not even a destination. It's a shape the wind makes when you're alone long enough. Somewhere above you, a hawk cries. Not for you. Not for him. Just because it can. You reach the ridge as the wind rises. The sky presses close, clouded. Not storming, just bruised. The world feels like it's holding its breath. And you, standing there on that brittle ledge, are part of the waiting. He's already here. Micah, a name that tastes like rust, like old betrayal and something worse, something that wore friendship's face for far too long. He moves in the snow like a shadow that forgot how to be subtle, loud in posture, loud in voice, but not in soul. That part shrank long ago, somewhere between the gold and the blood and the echo of Arthur's last breath. You don't exchange greetings. The snow doesn't permit it. It just holds space between you, like the still water before a stone breaks the surface. He speaks, but you don't really hear the words. Not in full, just the tone, mocking, frayed, defensive in a way only the guilty can be. You move forward like someone remembering a promise. You don't draw fast, just firm, like Arthur did, like he taught you. The shots crack like ice breaking beneath old footsteps. Not cinematic, not clean, just inevitable. Micah falls the way men fall when they've been dead inside for years already. His blood steams in the snow, dark, almost black. The mountain accepts it without comment. It has seen worse. You don't feel relief. Not pride, not even sorrow. Just release. Like tension, unwinding from a place in your ribs you hadn't realized was clenched. You lower your weapon, not out of safety, but out of respect, not for him, but for what you carried here, and what you no longer need to. Silence returns in pieces. You stand over him for a while. Not long. Long enough. The wind tugs at your coat like a child needing something you can't give. The snow crunches again as you turn. You walk back through your own footprints, only now they feel lighter. The climb down begins. With every step the mountain softens, not in terrain, but in presence. The cold is still bitter, but it no longer bites. The wind still howls, but no longer mourns. Even the sky seems to ease, unbruising just slightly at the edges. You find your horse waiting, patient as always. Animals understand vengeance in ways people don't. They know when it's done. You mount again with the weariness of someone who didn't win, but didn't lose either. Just finished. The descent is slower, not from fatigue, but because the world is shifting beneath you. Not dramatically, just a quiet realignment, like gravity remembering what direction it's meant to pull, like time resuming after a long-held breath. You pass the tree where the vultures once gathered. It's bare now, just wood and wind. You ride past it without looking. By the time you reach the foothills, the snow has become slush. Mud clings to your boots. The world turns back to earth again. You smell pine sap and wet bark, and the faintest trace of gunpowder still riding your coat. You cross a creek that doesn't notice you. Water runs where blood once did, and the sound it makes isn't celebratory, it just is. The sun leans lower, not ready to set, just beginning its descent. You make it home just as the light turns honeyed. The cabin is still there, smaller than you remembered but warmer. You dismount slowly, no rush. The reins hang loose. You walk up the porch steps and hear the creak again. The same one that greeted you when you left. The same one that says nothing and means everything. Inside, the fire is alive again. The kettle hums. Abigail is somewhere nearby, not asking where you've been. Jack is laughing at something you can't see. You lean against the doorway and exhale. And though you don't feel warm, you no longer feel cold. The mountain is behind you. But the ache it left may take longer to melt, and that's all right. Some things are meant to thaw slowly. Just like forgiveness, just like memory, just like you. The mountain is behind you now, though parts of it still cling. In your boots, in the shape of your shoulders, in the cold that lingers under your ribs long after the wind has stopped cutting. The ride home is slow, deliberate, not because the road demands it, but because something in you is reluctant to arrive too quickly. The silence you carry isn't heavy anymore, but it's still whole, not an emptiness, just space. The kind grief leaves when it settles quietly and chooses not to leave. The trees are taller here, but not oppressive. They sway instead of loom. Their leaves catch gold in the last slices of sunlight, and you ride through it like a shadow tracing something real. There is a bend in the trail where the light always softens. You notice it now, though you've passed it a dozen times before. You feel it in your chest, that hush the earth makes when it knows something has changed. The cabin comes into view the way a memory returns. Slow, partial, not all at once. First the roofline, then the chimney with its lazy smoke, then the porch where she sits, still and quiet, like she's been there longer than time itself, not waiting with worry, not pacing, not peering down the trail, just being, like someone who already knows you'll return and is only sitting there to welcome the moment it becomes true. Abigail's shoulders are sloped, not from burden, but from life. She holds a mug, both hands wrapped around it, like she's keeping more than just her fingers warm. You can't see her expression just yet. The sun is behind her, but you feel the shape of her gaze, steady, unblinking, not quite piercing, like a lantern left burning in a window, not to guide you home, but to remind you there is one. You dismount without thinking, your hands moving before your thoughts catch up. The horse huffs once, then settles. It knows the scent of peace when it finds it. Your boots crunch across the dirt. Each step is a question you don't need to ask out loud. You take the steps to the porch slowly, as though testing whether this is real or another dream you've drifted into. She doesn't say anything at first, just watches. The steam from her cup curls into the air like breath, soft, fading. The rocking chair beside her creaks once, not because it moves, but because the wood remembers the weight of a different moment. You sit beside her, not close, not distant. Just enough space for silence to rest its elbows between you. There's a bird somewhere in the trees, not singing, just rustling, like it's adjusting its feathers before nightfall. The breeze lifts Abigail's hair a little, and for the first time in hours, you notice the way the world smells again. Wood smoke, dry pine, worn leather. Her voice breaks the quiet, low and calm, the way wind sometimes speaks across still water. Not a question, not quite a statement, just presence. You answer with a nod, the kind that means everything, the kind that says, it's done. She exhales through her nose, and that's all. No celebration, no anger, no I told you so. just the sound of someone folding a memory neatly and tucking it away. The sky bruises darker, blue to purple, then deeper still. You both watch it happen, not because you mean to, but because it's there, and there's nothing more pressing now than noticing the way the world shifts when nobody's looking. Somewhere inside the house, Jack's voice rises in a muffled rhythm, something he's reading or pretending to. You hear the faint thud of boots dropped carelessly and the scrape of a wooden spoon against a pot. Life is not pausing for you. It never did. It just allows you to return. Abigail finishes her drink and places the empty mug beside her, the soft clink of ceramic on wood startling in its finality. Then she folds her hands in her lap and looks out across the yard like she's seeing something only she remembers. The porch boards beneath you are warm, still holding the day's heat. You feel it seep up through your boots, into your bones, like the beginning of forgiveness. You think of Arthur, but not the way he died. Not anymore. You think of the way he once laughed, low, tired, surprised by his own joy. You think of the way he stood beside you without ever having to say why. You think of the note, now folded and tucked into a drawer that doesn't lock. You think of the ache he left behind, and how it shaped the man you became, the man Abigail sits beside now, the one who came back. She shifts slightly, her knee brushing yours. Not a gesture of affection, not quite. Just a small tether, enough to remind you that you're not alone, that you've never truly been. You watch the moon rise, faint, silver, shy behind a veil of clouds. The night breathes cool across your skin, and the firelight from inside dances across the glass of the window, flickering like old film. You hear laughter from Jack again, and you close your eyes just for a second, not to sleep, but to feel the shape of it. Abigail clears her throat softly, stands, stretches in that quiet way people do when the day has done all it can. She reaches for the door, opens it with her left hand, pauses, then turns. "You comin'?" she says, soft as dust. You nod, rising slower than you need to, not from stiffness, just reverence. The kind of reverence that only comes from knowing what it took to get here, what you lost, what you didn't. Inside, the fire is crackling low. The table is clean. The floor still holds scuff marks from the boots that built it. You step through the doorway, into the warmth, into the light. Abigail's shadow passes over the wall beside you, and then fades down the hall. You stand there for a moment longer, letting the heat settle into you. The house smells like soap and stew and sleep. You see your hat resting on the peg by the door. You don't reach for it. Instead, you cross the room and sit, not to rest, just to be still. The porch behind you creaks once more in the wind, a sound like breath, a sound like memory, and then it quiets, and the world holds you, just a little softer than before. The quiet is the first thing that arrives, not the kind of quiet that holds its breath, nor the kind that signals something just out of sight. Number. This quiet is soft, settled. It comes the way dew comes to the edges of porch steps, without announcement, without weight. It simply is. And in its presence, the world begins again, not as something new, but as something remembered. Something that still has dirt under its nails and sleep in its bones. You sit with it, not on purpose, just as a fact. There is a stool, and you are on it. A chipped cup rests between your palms, the coffee inside long gone to lukewarm, and you're not sure when you last tasted it. You've been watching the land, not in any way that's useful. You're not measuring crop lines or tracking animals. You're just letting your eyes settle on the shapes. Fences, hills, a thread of smoke from the neighbor's chimney rising like a lazy thought. Somewhere to the left, a horse snorts into the morning, its breath catching the sun in a misty gold. You do not turn to look. You already know which horse it is. The wood beneath your boots creaks, old but sure. The porch has carried more weight than yours over the years. It remembers boots heavier than yours, angrier than yours, and others that never left. You think maybe the planks are sighing in relief now, beneath the soft weight of someone simply sitting still. You trace a grain with your boot toe, not because it matters, but because it gives your hand something to be jealous of. Behind you, the house breathes. Faint footsteps cross from kitchen to hallway, the sound muffled by the kind of rugs that get more honest with age. There's a clink of a pan being moved, a voice low and half-hummed. Abigail, probably. Not calling for you, just existing near you. And that, somehow, is enough. The idea of breakfast doesn't move you. The idea of anything doesn't. But you stay. You are not leaving. And that's a different kind of movement. The light shifts across the fields as morning unfolds. The shadows stretch themselves into long yawns across the pasture, and the birds don't so much sing as comment. Sparrows, crows, the occasional blue jay throwing in a rude note, just to remind you that nothing out here is perfect. And it shouldn't be. Your hands, calloused and sore, rest on your knees. The fingers no longer curl like they used to. There's stiffness now. A dull ache that isn't loud enough to complain, but just persistent enough to be known. The kind of ache that has nothing to do with injury. It's just part of you, like the old coat hanging on the wall inside, or the scar that runs along your right forearm. A memory, but physical. A story told by pain that no longer needs to speak. You glance sideways, not toward anything in particular, just to look, just to feel your neck turn and remind you that your body still listens to your thoughts. The fence you built last season holds up surprisingly well. There's a plank that leans like it's already giving up, but you respect it more for that. Honesty in collapse has a kind of nobility. From the field comes the sound of something shifting, hooves in soft soil, a soft grunt. You think it might be Charles, or maybe just a cow. It doesn't matter. You're not waiting for anyone anymore. There's nothing urgent left to be solved. No debts to be chased, no men to shoot, no law to outrun. The world is smaller now, but strangely heavier. The wind shifts. Not enough to move your coat, but enough to whisper past your ear like someone meaning to say your name, then changing their mind. It smells like grass, dry dirt, and something faintly metallic. You think of blood, briefly, and then let the thought pass, the way one lets a stone fall out of a boot without looking back. You stand, slowly. The kind of movement that comes not from necessity, but from memory. Your knees argue. Your back reminds you of everything it has carried. But you rise, and the world tilts to receive you. The house behind you holds its breath for a moment, then resumes its rhythm. A door opens. A voice calls, not loudly, not urgently, just enough, and you answer without speaking. Just a glance, a step, a nod. The barn is where you go. You don't need to go there, but your hands need something to touch, a tool to move, a nail to press into wood. You open the door, and the smell of hay and dust and old leather fills your head like a story you've heard 100 times and never told. The hammer rests where you left it. The boards lean against the wall, like they're still deciding whether they want to become a fence or stay in limbo a little longer. You pick one up. Feel the weight. It's not heavy, but your arms tell a different tale. You balance it, test it, then set it down again. Not now. Maybe after lunch. Maybe not at all. The point was never the task. It was being here. Feeling the sun slide between the cracks in the wall and stripe your face like you're wearing the shadows of someone else's hands. A letter rests in your back pocket. You almost forgot. The paper is soft now, worn through reading, the edges curled like it's trying to protect its words from being read too often. You don't take it out. You don't need to. You know every word, every flick of ink, every pause between sentences. Arthur's hand had a way of pressing meaning into the page, even in silence. You carry it now, not like a burden, but like a thread, woven into the lining of who you are. You walk out of the barn. The day is fuller now. The birds have grown quiet again. The sun is past its early bloom and beginning to settle into the warmth of its promise. The porch creaks behind you. Abigail waits with that kind of stillness that knows how to hold space. Her hair is loose today, her eyes somewhere between tired and proud. She doesn't say anything. Neither do you. You sit again. The stool knows your weight now. The cup is gone. In its place, a biscuit. Still warm. Still smelling faintly of butter and flour and the kind of love that forgets to say itself aloud. You take it, eat slowly, and watch the dust rise where the wind stirs the earth. Somewhere, a hawk cries out, not in warning, just in being. And the sound fades into the quiet. And that quiet, it stays. Not because it must, but because it can. Because somehow, redemption didn't end in gunfire. It ended in stillness, in biscuits and fences and mornings like this one. And the only thing left to do is breathe.